I'm here. Actually, the flight's delayed. Hi, everybody. The flight's delayed a little while, so I'll be around for probably an hour and a half here.
Great. Good morning.
Thanks.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Craig Hickman. I represent State Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, including my hometown of Winthrop. Today we have 4 work sessions, followed by a public hearing with the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. So our morning work will be us moving forward with our votes and getting bills reported out. We may have language reviews throughout the day. Some of us will be going back and forth, yours truly included. I have to leave to go to my other committee and present all of the housing bills that are on the agenda for today. But before we get started in this committee, I will allow committee members to introduce themselves, beginning with Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99. It's the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity in Waldo County.
Senator Farron.
Good morning, all. My name is Brad Farron. I live in Norridge Walk, and I have the honor of representing the fine people of Senate District 3, which is the majority of Somerset County and the town of Rome and Kennebec County.
Representative McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Jay McCrate, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Representative Riley.
Representative Riley. I represent House District 34, which is part of Westbrook.
Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Dave Miramont, representing Senate District 12, which is Knox County, except for the town of Washington.
Representative Wood.
Good morning, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Representative Supika.
Good morning, I'm Representative Laura Supika, and I represent House District 126, which is a portion of Bangor.
We also have with us this morning our committee clerk, Karen Montel, who will help with any technical issues anyone is having, and our amazing analysts, Janet Stucco and Sam Prower. And given the order of work today, we will be beginning with assistance from Sam Prower. So again, we're going to go, I believe, in this order, or at least this is what's on the sheet. We're going to start with LD 1928, LD 619, LD 1930, and LD 1750. For those who are unfamiliar, a work session is our opportunity to, if we need it, receive more information from stakeholders. We don't always need it, but we may ask, and it's for us to debate and come to a decision about what we want to recommend to the legislature. So public comment will only be invited if someone has a particular information request, and that is at the discretion of the chair. Representative Doloff, welcome. Please introduce yourself. Good to see you.
Oh, thank you. Hanging in there. Good morning, Representative Joe Sandola from District 115 in the Western Mountains.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. So with that, I'm going to open the work session on LD 1928, an act to update and clarify the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act and provide for greater transparency, presented by Representative Williams of Bar Harbor. I do believe Sam has sent us a consensus amendment in bullet point form. So Sam, the Zoom is yours and you can walk us through it and show us what we've got. Show us what the council and the department came to some consensus agreement around in the work that we asked them to do since we had this public hearing a couple weeks ago, I think now. Sam.
Certainly. Thank you, Senator Hickman. And let me pull up my screen. It's been less than a week, but I somehow forgot how to do that efficiently. All right, can everybody see?
Yes.
Okay, so I sent the committee a bunch of documents this morning. And so I'll highlight what each of the ones are related to this bill, and then I will, as Senator Hickman mentioned, walk you through the consensus bullet points. So I guess I resent my bill analysis on 1928. Just so you had it. I'm not sure how much is really relevant anymore after the consensus meetings, but again, I just wanted you to have it in case you had questions or wanted to refer back to it. I also sent you the document provided by the stakeholders and OMP and their meetings, and this is the bullet point summary of each point of consensus among that came out of the multiple meetings that the groups had, and I'm sure they're here to answer any questions you might have about it too, both the department and representatives from the stakeholders. Also on this document, there were some items that were not agreed upon between the stakeholders and the department, but that the Cannabis Council felt were important. So those are listed on second and third page under this line. You've also been provided an amendment from Senator Hickman, which is this document right here. I think this is the one I'll use to walk you through it. It is, when I put this together for Senator Hickman, I really didn't change the language on anything that was in the document. I didn't want to confuse anybody. I didn't want to make it, I just wanted to make it very clear, you know, where everything came from. So, and Senator Hickman's amendment does include all of the points of consensus from that document and one additional point in that document as well. And then I also, just because it was referenced in a few times in that consensus, those consensus bullet points, I provided the department's medical marijuana work group report that was in response to two bills that were passed by this committee last year. You'll see when we go through the bullet points that this report is referenced a few times, so you have it on hand. Before I move on and walk you through the bullet points, are there any questions about the documents I've provided?
Thank you, Sam. Are there any questions from the committee about the documents that are provided this morning or last night or both? Seeing no hands raised, you may proceed, sir.
All right. Thank you, Senator Hickman. So as I mentioned, this is the amendment I helped Senator Hickman put together based on that proposal. And as you'll see, you can compare it with the document provided by the parties directly. I really didn't reword anything. So the first, I'm going to just walk you through each bullet point. These are the points that were flagged as points of consensus in that document. And then I will also flag the final point, which was not flagged as a point of consensus in that document. So the groups came together and they agreed on making the following changes to the medical marijuana program. The first is that they want to fix the pediatric certification process, which is outlined in LD 1948. That was a bill considered by this committee this session, and I have shown, I'm going to scroll down, sorry if it's going to cause motion sickness, is outlined in, this was section 6 of the previous LD 1948, and it is just, it's amending and the pediatric certification process. Apparently the group just liked this new way of doing it better, and I'm sure they can speak to why they desired that change. And bear with me while I move back up to the top of the document. The agreement then was to also permit only synchronous telehealth appointments for both pediatric and adult use patient certification. And I think this was in response to the concern about, filling out a form on a website to get certifications. The group agreed to permit the acceptance of a digital image of a patient card to complete a transaction. And they referenced the working group report for required changes and a summary of that. I actually provided you a hyperlink to the working group report here, but you also have it in your documents, and that's on pages 15 to 16 of that report. They agreed to allow all caregivers, regardless of whether they operate a storefront, to accept remuneration for the sale of immature plants or seedlings to a patient. They agreed on changes to allow a one-card system for all assistants, and that was also referenced in the working group report. They agreed to provisions limiting law enforcement access to registrants and patients, except in circumstances where law enforcement obtains consent, produces a search warrant, or in the event of exigent circumstances. You can see that there were some clarifications provided here about what that language might look like. I will just note for the committee that we'll probably have to be more explicit about what we mean when we say other visitors, and also about what we mean when we say exigent circumstances. It looks like there's a hand raised. I don't know if you want me to stop.
Yes, thank you, Sam. I will recognize, the chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sam. Can I go back up to the very first bullet?
Yep.
I'm just trying to see, it says section 6 shown below. Is that in the, I'm looking for it.
Sorry, I will scroll. If you go down to the bottom of this document, the amendment document, I provided just excerpts. This is section 6 right here. So it's on the last page of the document, or the last 2 pages. This was section 6 from LD 1948. And it just creates, it just significantly changes. I don't know if it's actually significant for the current practice, but it changes the patient certification process as it's outlined in the law. And it may be that the stakeholders in the department can give you more background on why this was desirable. But this is just like shows you what the statutory change would be.
And Representative McCray, did you want someone from the department or the stakeholder group to explain this particular provision of the amendment right now or later?
Later, I think.
Yep.
I needed mostly to figure out which document it was in, but now I have it. Thank you, Sam.
So
Thank you,
we'll
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You're welcome. We'll certainly have folks talk about all of this. We'll just let Sam present the bullets, keep asking questions as we go. I'm sure that everyone is listening to the questions, and then when we invite them in to answer them, they'll know what we're asking. So thank you, Sam. You may proceed.
All right. So the next piece is that they agreed to allow patient education materials to be provided electronically. Following that, they agreed that there should about the definition of tincture should be as it was originally outlined in LD 1948, except they want to strike the second sentence that lists examples of edible solvents. Again, if we go back down to the bottom of this document, I provided an example or an excerpt from LD 1948 of the definition that was provided for marijuana tincture, and I highlighted and struck through the sentence that is requested to be struck. So moving back up to the top of the document, and I'm so sorry. I don't know what just happened. All right, back up to the top of the document. They also agreed to increase the allowable immature plant canopy for canopy-based registered caregivers to go from 60 immature plants to up to 1,000 square feet of immature plants. And they also agreed to modify the definition of cultivation area in the following ways. And they agree that not more than one cultivation area should be for the cultivation of all authorized mature marijuana plants, not more than one cultivation area for the cultivation of all authorized immature marijuana plants, that a cultivation area may include multiple areas or structures on the same parcel of land. They give examples such as the basement, greenhouse, outdoor grow, garage grow, etc. so long as the total number of mature and immature plants grown across all parts of that parcel do not exceed the authorized mature or immature plant count, or the canopy. And that the mature and immature cultivation areas may be located on separate parcels of land as long as each of the two cultivation areas is disclosed to the department. Moving down. The next point of agreement was to modify the definition of plant canopy in statute to accommodate the new definition of cultivation areas provided above. The next was to codify a presumption of ongoing compliance for timely filed complete applications for caregiver registration renewal. And they provide some extra bullet points about this here, that a timely filed application is one that is submitted between 60 and 30 days before the caregiver's registry identification card expires, that they're going to want a definition of complete application, and that upon receipt of a timely filed complete application, the department will issue a written communication to the caregiver indicating that the caregiver is presumed to be in continued compliance until they receive their new card, for a period of up to 90 days. And then this is the last point that was not included in the consensus between the two parties, but that is included in Senator Hickman's amendment. And I provided here the kind of background explanation that the Cannabis Council was wanted to provide, and I'll read you through it, and then I think Senator Hickman might have more to say on this piece. But basically what they wrote was that they feel strongly that patients in the 18 to 20 age range ought to be allowed to consume their medicine via the combustion and inhalation. And I think there was discussion about whether they could be provided with devices for the combustion or inhalation currently, and specifically whether those could be sold to the patients. They said that they could compromise to allow that only those with a letter of recommendation from their certifying healthcare provider, specifying that inhalation or combustion is recommended, ought to be allowed to purchase and utilize the combustion-related consumption products. They gave an example of what they're talking about. And looking at the law, there was some concern noted in my original bill analysis about whether this might impact, basically allowing the sale of what are essentially currently defined in the law as tobacco products, could impact DHHS block grant funding, because there is a federal requirement for that funding that sale may not be made to persons under 21 years of age. So currently in the law, what we have for the medical program is that a person may provide a qualifying patient or a caregiver with marijuana paraphernalia for the purpose of the qualifying patient's medical use of marijuana in accordance with this chapter, and in the presence or vicinity of medical use of marijuana as allowed under this chapter. We don't currently have marijuana paraphernalia defined in Title 22. So I believe that after talking with Senator Hickman, that the proposal here might be actually to just define what marijuana paraphernalia is, and to make explicit that it includes devices for consuming the medicine via combustion or smoking. You'll see originally here, we had talked about cross-referencing a definition in Title 17A. I actually, having looked at it further, I'm not sure that will work. It might be more desirable to actually just provide the definition in Title 22. But I also wanted to note that I did receive an email right before the work session today that the DHHS did not think that providing an explicit exception in Title 22 would jeopardize their current block grant funding. So that might be something for the committee to consider. And I don't know if anyone from that department is here to speak to that. I think their real concern from the email I received was about, whether someone could walk into a convenience store and buy tobacco products. So I hope that was clear. I think I stumbled through that last point a little bit, and I'm happy to help clarify it if
Thank you.
people
Thank
require.
you, Sam. I'm going to say that I included this for discussion purposes only, but knowing that we have another bill where we couldn't give folks time to digest this particular thought for Friday, which would be LD, what is it, 1957, that we do not necessarily have to include this bullet point, which didn't have consensus agreement with OMP, in our motion, which ultimately we will make for today, to get the other pieces that there is consensus on into statute. So I just want to let folks who are listening and the stakeholders know that I put this here for the purposes of discussion. I wanted people to see it, but we don't necessarily have to conclude any of this in our work today. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want some clarity, if I could. Do we want to vote? We're not going to vote individually on each one of these points. We want to do an up or down vote, either accept them all or reject them all, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So with that, I will ask members of the committee if they have any questions for Sam, or if they have any questions from the department or stakeholders. Chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you predicted this would be an issue of discussion, and it certainly is for me. I have a lot of concerns. So I appreciate that there could be more discussion later. So I can't support this with this here now. So are you suggesting that we would vote without this section?
That is correct. The suggestion is that this is here for discussion and further discussion, but it's not going to get in the way of a consensus agreement that the department and the stakeholders worked very hard to come up with since we had the last work session, and allowed this to be the vehicle to sort of fix in statute what all agree can be fixed now, and then we can return to some of these other issues at a later date, whether Friday or over the summer, and come back in the 131st to get the statute right. So I guess with that, I still request us, Representative McCray, did you want to ask a question of anyone about anything?
Yeah, follow up. Again, I can wait on this until Friday if that's what we need to do, but just to put out there what I'm concerned about, that the tobacco product, not under 21, wanting people to have medicine, but how do we do that without violating what we work, I will say personally, worked so hard to get in because of the damage that inhaling can do. At the same time, asthma, you have inhalers, that's different, I understand, but there's got to be a way we can do this without being in conflict with tobacco, the definition of tobacco product, or the age restrictions, in my opinion. So just for later, probably. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Senator Miramont.
Thanks. While we're putting that out, if being able to get something to use the medicine that they need, that may be saving their lives in the moment with these seizures that we finally saw nipped in the bud for the first time in many people's lives, they should be able to get what they need to administer their medicine and not have the same logic that I once heard that possibly syringes shouldn't be available to anybody except the doctor or nurse because, you know, they could be used to inject heroin, so that my cousin wouldn't be able to give himself his insulin or something like that because of a perception that if it's there at all, then it's a bad thing. Well, it isn't. If you want to keep it out of the hands of people under 21 for smoking tobacco, that's one thing. But not to carry that attitude over to something that's a life-saving device that's needed for administration of their medicine. So I don't want that old attitudes carried into making this law.
Thank you, Senator. And as I said, we can certainly take all of this under advisement, but for the purposes of our work today, my amendment now strikes the last bullet point. I just want to make that clear to the committee, that the amendment that I am presenting to the committee for discussion, for a motion, and for a vote strikes the last bullet point. Does anyone have any questions for anyone from the department or from any of the stakeholders that worked really hard to put this particular consensus amendment together? If you do, please say so. And if you do not, the chair would entertain a motion. Unless there is any discussion, or even after there's a motion, if there's any discussion about the provisions in the amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Wood.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I vote, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Everything in here, other than that last bullet point, has been agreed upon between both parties, correct?
That is correct. And we can verify that if you like by asking them to say so, but that is correct. And like Sam said, the only thing we're going to have to do as he drafts the amendment is just tweak the specific definitions of exigent circumstances and other visitors to make sure that there's no interpretation about what that means.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Chair recognizes Senator Meermont.
Yes, with that assurance that we'll be further discussing the piece that we're leaving out at the moment, I move that this bill ought to pass as amended as a motion.
It's been moved ought to pass as amended with everything except for the last bullet point by Senator Meermont. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Representative Supika. Is there any discussion of the motion amongst committee members? Seeing no hands, the committee is ready for the question. Karen, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Meermont.
Yay.
Senator Meermont, yay. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yay.
Representative Kinney, yay. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 10 voting in favor of the motion, 0 opposed to the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. With 10 members voting in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 absent, the motion prevails. Absent members will have until noon on Wednesday to cast their votes. Sam, I believe you have everything that you need to begin the final drafting of the language, which of course will be reviewed by the committee when it is ready. And with that, I will close the work session on LD 1928. Sam.
I'm sorry. I meant to just make sure I was very clear. Is it all right with the committee that I work with the stakeholders to make sure this comes out exactly as they intended with the bullet points? Because there will probably be a lot of drafting and quite a bit of questions. Okay.
You have the permission of the chairs of the committee to work with anyone you need to work with to get the language right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. With that, I will turn the gavel over to my able co-chair. I don't know if we're going to go straight into 619, 1930, 1750 will probably be last, but I want to turn the gavel over now so that when I have to leave to go present my housing bill, I won't be in the middle of anything. So with that, Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can, Sam, if you're ready, we can open work session on 619. There's not a lot to talk about it, but it's on the docket, so we'll bring that up And I think you've got analysis from the original one. I don't think there's anything new to add to it. So if you want to just put it up on your screen and just give people a little bit of a refresher, that's fine.
Yeah, thanks, Representative Chiazza. Absolutely. I'll pull it up right now. All right. So as everyone can see, this is my bill analysis from last session. LD 619 was a bill that was carried over by this committee. And it's an act to allow Christine Pratt to be buried at the Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery. And really the bill does exactly that. So it's pretty straightforward. But as I noted for the committee last session, the Maine Veterans Cemetery system provides memorial services to veterans and their eligible dependents in accordance with the eligibility standards established by the National Cemetery Administration. And Maine state veteran cemeteries were designed and constructed with federal grant funds. So as a condition of those grants, the Bureau agreed to operate the cemeteries in compliance with the NCA standards of maintenance and eligibility. So cemeteries not in compliance are at risk of having to return the federal grant funding. And my understanding at the time when we originally worked this bill was that that was an issue with the bill proposal, that it might bring allowing this burial might bring the cemeteries out of compliance. And I don't know what discussions have been had since then, or how the committee might be thinking about moving forward with this. But I just will say that I provided the same links to information that I did last time, and I can answer any questions there might be about the bill as drafted, or I can try to answer questions about where you might be thinking about going with this.
Thank you, Sam. Can you take the analysis down, please? So we can, yeah, perfect. Thank you. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And unless anybody else has some point of view or direction, I'd like to table this till Friday. There's still some things being researched that I don't think are answered. So I'd request we table till Friday, please.
I appreciate that, Senator. I would, before we get a second, I would just like to give a quick update to the group if I could of where we're at. But certainly I would look to you again to make that motion at the right time. So obviously this was Representative Tuttle's bill. We tabled it to give him the opportunity to work closer with the Department of Veterans DVM, Veterans and Emergency Management, to see if they could come up with a federal compromise. Those negotiations were still pending. They hadn't been concluded. I'm trying to work with some other stakeholders as maybe some possible amendment to this to see if we can address some other issues with Representative Tuttle's internment. So I would like the committee we got to do something by Friday. I'm having ongoing conversations with the executive and with some House leadership to figure out if we can use this as a vehicle to accomplish some of those needs. So I would ask for leave from the committee to have at least another week or so to figure that out. And if not, we'll figure out the best path forward for the bill on Friday, because we need to have everything voted by Friday. So
Great.
And happy to answer any questions that the committee has, specific or otherwise, about where we're at, what the intent is, or anything like that. So, all right, no questions. Thank you, Sam. Sorry, Senator Farron.
No, I'd second the motion to table.
Perfect. So Senator Miramont has made a tabling motion, seconded by Senator Farron. It is non-debatable. Karen, if you are ready, please call the roll. Oh, wait a minute. All right, Summit. Let me check, make sure we get a clock. 1, 2, 3. We are good. Yes, thank you, Karen. Please call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Senator Miramont, yay. Senator Farron.
Yes.
Senator Farron, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney,
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington, Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey, Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolph,
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 10 in favor of the motion, 0 opposed to the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The motion to table prevails. We will take this up hopefully on Friday with some resolution. Up next, Sam, if we could open the work session on LD 1930, and I will give you your time for whatever you need when you are ready. Please take it away.
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to pull my screen up here, and I just would ask that the committee bear with me. I have quite a few things that I prepared for you that I'd just like to share, so you can to maybe help you think about this bill and how to move forward with it. And if there are any questions along the way, please just stop me, and because I am going to not take too long, but also I want to make sure I'm thorough in walking you through this. So this is LD 1930. This is the resolve regarding the legislative review of portions of Chapter 1, Adult Use Marijuana Program Rule, the major substantive rule of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, Office of Marijuana Policy. So this is the first time I've worked on a major substantive rule with this committee, and I don't know how many of you have gone through the major substantive rule process before, but I'm going to walk you through it and just let me know if you have any questions. So this resolve provides for the legislative review of the proposed, or rather the provisionally adopted Department of Office of Marijuana Policy Adult Use Marijuana Program Rule. And it is a major substantive rule that, like I said, has been provisionally adopted by the department. The bill is an emergency, requiring a 2/3 vote of both chambers to pass, and it's effective immediately upon passage. I've provided you a link both to the provisionally adopted rule and to the electronic LD file with all the testimony. And so I wanted to also give you just kind of like a summary of what you're reviewing and what the bill is. So the committee is reviewing a provisionally adopted rule by the agency, but the bill before the committee is simply the vehicle through which the committee expresses the results of that review. So the bill is not the rule itself. And the rule you're really looking at is the provisionally adopted rule that was provided by the department. And I did want to provide a note on the form of the rule because there was some, I think, confusion about this at the public hearing, that the document provided by the department includes the entire adult use program rule, which includes some rules for which the department's authority is routine technical and some rules for which the department's authority is major substantive. The review required by the committee today is only in regard to those portions of the rule that are major substantive. And the department has provided a document with track changes showing the updated portions of the rule as well. And I will note for you that the sections in the document that are not major substantive have a subheader marking them as routine technical. And the routine technical rules were effective September 18th, 2020, which is why that date is shown on the front of the document and no date is shown next to the subheader, major substantive. This rule was filed within the standard rule acceptance period. So following the effective date of the legislation, approving the rule or adjournment of the session in which the legislature failed to act on the rule, the department will have 60 days to finally adopt it. And I have more details about that process below. And in fact, I put together another document for you that I hope makes what your the impacts of your votes on this bill very clear, and whether and the circumstances in which the department may adopt the rule very clear. I have provided for you what I hope is a clear and concise summary of every change that's happening in this rule and the sections in the document where you can find them. To quickly walk you through, this rule implements the statutory changes that were made to the adult use program by this committee last session via LD 605, LD 881, and LD 1434. I have links to the chapter versions of the law and the original LDs here for the committee. In particular, it changes the definitions of marijuana trim and mother plant. It strikes the requirement that a sample collector licensees obtain a sales tax ID, and it permits the creation of a controlled entry area within the licensed premise of a marijuana store to check and to verify the age of people entering the store. The rule also reconfigures the license application process to require detailed information at the active licensure phase instead of at the conditional licensure phase, and makes certain changes regarding information about operations, cultivation, facility layout, and facility plans, and the co-location of adult use licensees or licensees of medical program. Registrants of medical program. It also clarifies the regulation of licensee brand and logos and permits the use of reusable packaging and reduces the information required on the marijuana product labels. It makes the following changes, and it makes these additional following changes based on previous guidance from OMP regarding the requirements on pesticide applicator licenses for cultivation facilities, the requirements regarding food and beverage manufacturing licenses for manufacturing facilities, the requirements around sales tax identification numbers for marijuana stores, the language regarding labeling or marijuana products in regard to mandatory testing results, and provides guidance regarding appropriate packaging and labeling of marijuana seeds sold to consumers. It also restructures certain parts of the rule as described here to include a provision that the department would make a determination after 365 days of no affirmative action by an applicant that an application for a conditional marijuana establishment license has been abandoned by the applicant, which would then require the applicant to restart the process if the applicant is seeking a license. And it removed Section 7 of the existing rule dealing with authorized transfers and incorporated that as a simplified version into Section 4 of the rule regarding tracking, transportation, and authorized transfers. Beyond this kind of simple summary, I know the department's here and could walk you through the changes in more detail and depth and the reasons for them. I also wanted to provide the committee with a link to the history of the kind of regarding the original authorization of the first set of rules that was done by Public Law 2019, Chapter 491. You can see that at this link. That resolve includes all the changes that were required by the committee before the rule was allowed to be adopted. Moving forward, I provided you a little summary of the major substantive rulemaking process here, excerpted from Title V, Section 8072, subsection 4. And these are the list of criteria for the committee to consider in reviewing the rule. Those criteria include looking at whether the agency has exceeded the scope of its authority in approving the rule. Do the rules conform to the legislative intent of the statute it implements? Do the rules conflict with other rules or laws? Is the rule necessary to accomplish the objectives of the law? Is the rule reasonable? Could the rule be made less complex or easier to understand? Was the rule proposed in compliance with the requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act and other law? And if the rule significantly reduces property value, is the reduction necessary or appropriate? And does the rule avoid an unconstitutional taking? That is most of what I have on the process in the bill analysis, but unless anyone wants me to stop at the moment, I do have two other documents I've prepared for the committee that I think will hopefully help you work through this process. And if I guess I'll just keep moving unless someone raises a hand.
Yeah, let's pause for real quick to give everybody a chance to maybe kind of digest that a little bit and see if there are any questions real quick. Any questions from the committee for Sam on what we've heard so far? Representative Supika.
Sorry, I have many screens, buttons everywhere. Has there been any further conversations between the department and the stakeholders on this? Because I know a lot of adult use stakeholders in the meeting came out against this. So I was wondering, I don't know if there's been any further conversations between the two parties regarding the rules. Do we have any info on that?
I am not personally aware, but it may be the case that they've had further conversations, and I know that the department and likely a lot of the stakeholders are in the room today.
I don't want to interrupt the next couple of documents you have, but Mr. Chair, that's something I'd be curious to address and hear from folks later when we talk about this.
Absolutely, Representative. Any other questions for Sam regarding what he's presented so far? All right, seeing none, Sam, please continue on.
Okay, so the next are a couple documents that I put together in the hope that it would make this process as easy as possible. So the first here is a chart I put together of bills before the committee that currently alter the adult use program. And so what I have done for you is on the left here, I've indicated the LD number of the bill, the title, a summary, which will include any committee amendment reports currently that have already been voted, and the status on the right side. So as you can see with 1817, which was an act to allow the state's adult use marijuana tracking system to track plants and group products by group. It's been voted by the committee. We have a majority ought to pass as amended, a minority ought to pass as amended, and I provided a brief summary of each of those here. And as you scroll through the document, you'll see for every bill that had a vote, I have the vote on here in the summary and if anything's changed. And so I provide this to the committee because when you're thinking about whether or not to approve the set of rules, you should also be thinking about whether or not you'll be asking the department to incorporate these changes with whatever set of rules you might approve, or if you'll want them to come back to incorporate changes that were made this session. And I'm hoping this document will just help you see the scope of what changes might happen between the rule you're considering today and the rules that might come back to the committee at a future date. The other thing I have provided for the committee is I made you a little flow chart of the committee process for major substantive rules. And I did this because when we got in our conversation previously about major substantive rules, and particularly about when they may come into effect, if they're filed late or on time, I thought that I know it's a confusing process, and I thought this might help make it clear. So you start on the left, and I'm sorry I didn't provide arrows, but the left is kind of what kicks off the committee process. A provisionally adopted rule is submitted for legislative review. And in our case, for this particular rule in front of the committee, the rule has been submitted on time and before the deadline, which is the second Friday in January after the session has convened. Provided links to the relevant statutory sections too. So you can ignore, for the purpose of this rule today, the whole bottom half of this. We're only dealing with this top row. And so the committee received a resolve to review that you can use to review the rule. And now we're in the work session process. Basically, if the committee wants to approve the rule, you can either vote ought to pass as amended on the bill as printed, or you could vote ought not to pass. And I'm And I know that can be confusing, but basically because the rule was submitted on time, if the legislature does not act on it, the department will be able to finally adopt it. So the real key here is that if the committee wants to make changes to the proposed rule or prevent the department from adopting the rule entirely, the vote you're looking for is ought to pass as amended. And then this last box is really just, you know, another way of explaining the implications of that vote. So I hope this makes what is otherwise kind of a confusing process relatively straightforward. And I'm also happy to answer any more questions that may be about it. But what you really have to remember is that if you want to make changes or prevent the rule from going into effect, the vote you're looking for is ought to pass as amended. It seems like Representative Wood might have a question. I don't know if.
Yep, no, go ahead. Representative Wood, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to find this document somewhere, so
Okay.
stare at it a little bit. Do we have this document somewhere?
Yes, I sent it in an email with, I admit, a ton of documents to the committee before the work session today, and it's labeled in the file as LD 1930 MSR flowchart.
Okay. And it was in the email that you sent this morning with work session
materials, correct?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wood. So Sam, the final legislative vote, I don't know, I can't remember if this has an emergency enactor on it. Let me see.
It does.
It does. Even if it does not, do major substantive always need 2/3 to pass?
No, I don't believe so. And you can remove the emergency provision. I think they come standard with an emergency preamble, but there's no problem in removing it that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Representative Wood, did you have another question, or is that a hold-up? Okay. And sorry, Sam, go ahead.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I just have one more document, but I can answer a question if you have one.
All right, any questions for Sam up until this point from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thanks, Sam. Great job. Let's keep on going.
Okay. So the last document that I prepared is I have tried here to outline the department's adult use program rulemaking authority for the committee. And I have tried specifically not just to outline its rulemaking authority, but also separate for you which department rules fall under the major substantive category and which ones are routine technical. So at the top of this document, I've gone through the statute in chronological order and pulled out an excerpt here for every explicit rulemaking provision in the statute, giving you the section number and the header. Not all of these on the right-hand side are the full provision, and I've tried to make clear where there's a lot more to see when that is. Moving down, you can see I've broken out here on the final page 2, the specific routine technical rulemaking provisions. But one note, and I noted this here, right here, and this is at the bottom of the major substantive piece on the department's rulemaking authority for the adult use program. They have a general rulemaking authority out of Title 28B, Section 104. And this section provides that the department has broad rulemaking authority to implement the chapter and requires that unless otherwise specified, rules adopted by the department to implement the chapter are major substantive rules. So there, in addition to the specific provisions I've outlined in this chart, there are many provisions in the title that state some version of, the sentence, and applicable requirements of this chapter and rules adopted pursuant to this chapter. And this table does not account for every single provision that may relate to the department's rulemaking authority under Section 104. It only highlights the specific instances in Title 28B where rulemaking authority is directly addressed. So it could be, there are some sections in the title that outline what the department must do, and then says, that licensees shall comply with the applicable requirements of the chapter and rules adopted by the department. And then the rulemaking authority for that really comes back to that broad provision, which is section 104. And I didn't list those all out here because it would have amounted to basically just copying and pasting the chapter. So I just wanted to note that for the committee, that while I've listed the explicit rulemaking authority of the department in this chart, there are also, parts of the chapter that outline what the department must do, and they may be relying on their general rulemaking authority for those provisions. But it's also important to note this here, because the only places that the department may implement routine technical rules for the adult use program are ones that are explicitly addressed. And so below here, where we have the chart on routine technical rules, I mean, these are the only provisions I was able to pull out of the chapter that have routine technical aspects. So that's the chart. I hope it's more helpful than it is overwhelming. And the last thing I'll note is I also provided the committee with 2 documents provided by the department, just so you have them in electronic form. The first is the basis statement and findings for revisions of the adult use marijuana program rule. This was provided by the department. And this kind of summarizes the changes that they're making. And then I also provided the provisionally adopted rule in a PDF for you, so it was easy to locate. And I know that was a lot of information. Does anyone have questions for me?
Good job, Sam. That was a lot of info. And I'm sure everybody's is trying to digest some of that. Any questions for Sam on anything that's been presented to us thus far? Okay, seeing none. Let me see who, are there any questions for either the department or anybody in the attendee room from the committee? I know Representative Sapika, you wanted to hear some input, so now might be a good opportunity to pull somebody in if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. I don't know, I saw Matt Bayless was in the attendees. I don't know if he would be willing to speak, but I was looking at testimonies when we had the hearing, and there was a lot of concern about kind of addressing the bills, the other bills that we had that were changing some of the rules and sort of rejecting this bill. So I was wondering if, since it's been a few months or about a month, how he feels about that, and if he's seen the changes that he's kind of been looking for.
All right, so I brought Matt into the room. He may have gone through the wormhole and not heard exactly what you had asked him, Representative Sapika. So if you can, Matt, Mr. Bayless, did you hear her question, or do you need her to repeat it?
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. Representative Sapika, could you repeat that question for me, please?
Yes, happy to. So I was wondering, in a lot of the testimonies when we had the hearing for this bill was to reject this bill and just work on the bills that were being presented that amended the portions of the rules that were of concern. Do you, from the work we've been doing so far in VLA, do you still have major concerns about these proposed rules? And is there any amendments or things that you're seeing that we can kind of work on to make this better for interested parties?
Thank you for your question, Representative Sapika. My square just changed around here. Yeah, I believe myself and MCIA is still of the opinion that these rules ought not to pass, and just move forward with the legislation that we've brought forward this session.
May I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Representative Speaker. Yeah.
If do you think that there's any path forward where we can dig into some of the rules a little bit better and find some things that we can agree on if we had a little bit of time? Do you think that something that your group would be willing to look at?
I hesitate to speak for the group as a whole on this. but I'm of the belief that we did this last year. We started having conversations with Director Gunnison a year ago about making changes to this program, and we had in-person meetings over the summer. And when the draft dropped in September, we were all very upset, and we found it an affront to the process. So, we believe that we've already gone down that wormhole and put in our negotiated in good faith, and we didn't really get much on the other end of it. So.
All right. Well, I'm sorry to hear about that. And thank you very much for that clarity and taking the time to tell us about that.
Sure.
That's all I have for Mr. Bayless. I don't know if anybody else wants to ask him a question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Sapika. And Sam, just so I'm clear, and I think I understand this correctly, but I want to make sure we restate it again. And ought not to pass by this committee or by the legislature means the rules still go into effect. Is that correct?
That's correct, because the rules were filed on time. If the legislature, and ought not to pass on this bill, and then ultimately a failure to pass any bill by the legislature, is what's called a failure to act in this context, which will allow the rules to go into effect. So, like I said before, it ought to pass as amended would basically be a vote to amend the resolve to tell the department it may not adopt the rules. That's how you would think about, if you want to prevent them from going into effect, that's how. You can also do that narrowly. So you could tell the department you may adopt, these sections, but not other sections. You can, you can go in there with any amount of granularity that you prefer. But yes, because the rules were submitted on time, a failure to act would let them be adopted.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I only asked that again because I know Mr. Bayless had asked, that we just not adopt the rules, but I want to make sure that the committee understands by an ought not to pass, then by default they would go into effect. So we would need to take a different tact if we wanted to make adjustments. So thank you, Sam, for that. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know what might be good to caucus, but I also think there needs to be a little digesting of this situation. So I support the caucus part, but I really would like to table this till Friday, and I'm going to make that motion. I need to look at Sam's stuff and figure out what I want to do.
Yeah, before we get a second again, I think we're in agreement that there's a lot of stuff to discuss and go over. I don't think we're ready to vote these quite yet. They're very, it's complicated. There's a lot of new information for sure. I just want to make sure that we really need to have everything voted by Friday, right? So I want to have as much of a robust discussion now as we can, even if we feel like we're going to put this off until Friday, so that we can start forming our opinions on areas that we want more information, or areas that we want to focus in on. If we want to do not to pass as amended, do we want to pull out specific ones? Do we want to kill them all? Do we want to care? So those discussions need to happen. So before we second the table, I obviously would support that, but I want to make sure we have some time to get the discussion points that we need to make that decision quickly, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Okay. Any other Representative McCray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have the same question that Representative Sapika asked. Is there anything here that we want to continue or authorize, or whatever the right word is? I just don't know. And so I do wonder if we want to caucus. I don't have the answer.
Perhaps Mr. Bayless, if you're still in here, that might be a question for you and your group. And again, I don't mean to put you on the spot right now, especially if you're not prepared, because we're not either. It's a lot of information to digest right now. But is there something that you've seen? You made a comment of you just think they should not pass at all. Is there anything in the rules that you've seen presented that the group could agree with? And we could take those off the table in terms of whether we want to amend those or not? Or is there, and again, knowing you're going to want some time to look at that, I completely appreciate that. But is there anything you can think of now having seen the rules proposed and things? Is there anything you think that could be salvaged as something that we could agree to?
Thank you, Chairman Chiazza and Representative McCray. You know, I am recalling our conversations about it as a group, and we went over the rules, you know, top to bottom. What we found to be most beneficial is they removed a lot of the obstacles for conditional licensing. So, I mean, that's a great thing for new licensees. Doesn't do anything for operators. As far as operators are concerned, there are a couple very small ornamental changes. Like we're required right now to essentially babysit a contractor in a room. Even though we got cameras every single angle and it's recorded, OMP wants us to be in the room with the contractor at all times, which is a bit ridiculous. They did correct that. And I believe there's also a provision where we can allow people into our building to sign them in rather than have to sign them in outside if we don't have a separate area. So they made two very small ornamental fixes for us operators, and the major fixes that we saw in our analysis was for the conditional licensees.
Okay, Representative McCray, does that help answer your question about if there's any place? Yeah, okay. And for clarity too, I will bring the department in next and give them an opportunity to weigh in as well. But you know, certainly if there's any other questions for Mr. Bayless, and again, I don't mean to put him on the spot. If you know, we're still gathering info to figure out where we're gonna land. So, Representative McCray.
It just takes me a second to think. So a question for Sam. I appreciate Mr. Bayless's input on this. It would be an option, for example, for us to say only adopt a couple pieces and nothing else, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And just, I think to make it clear for the committee, any piece that the committee doesn't want the department to adopt right now, the department would have to come back with those rules again at a later date, because you know, the rules in here are the department's required to adopt them. So they're just subject to legislative review. So if you want to tell them anything you're saying don't adopt, you're essentially telling them to go back to the drawing board. And so it's not like you won't see those things come back again, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah. And Sam, does that restart the clock again, or because it's part of this initial rule application, does that mean all of the rules moving forward were submitted in a timely fashion? Or so if we exclude 3 of the rules, let's say, and that triggers OMP to go back and do that, do they still have to meet the deadline in the first session to get those submitted on time?
I believe it restarts the process for those portions of the rule. So they would have to, I think, and I need to double check on this, but I think they would have to go through the entire process again, including like the public hearings at the administrative level and the receipt of input and then the provisional adoption. So yeah, it would I think restart the whole process, but I need to double check. And you might be able to be specific about what process you want to see moving forward too. You might be able to adjust, if that makes sense, in directing them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sam. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear, and you probably just answered this, but there are multiple pieces with the amendment. And if we vote the whole bill down, they can go forward with what they were planning. If we voted as amended, they have to do the pieces that we tell them to do. And then can they do whatever they want with the pieces that we don't tell them to do something or nothing? Or they can only act on the ones we tell them to do something with because the bill passed, and then that excludes anything they were trying to do except what we tell them to do. Is that clear?
A little bit. I think Sam already just answered that. And anything that we exclude, they would have to come back with another proposal and start that process all over again. But I'll let Sam jump in and make sure that I get that right. So Sam,
but just to make sure that, yeah, if we exclude it, that's true. But if we ignore something, that's not true, and they could do what they want. Right.
That means if we ignore it, the rule will go into effect. I believe, if I understand it correctly, Sam. And please jump in.
Yes. So thanks, Representative Cazzo. Yeah. So how the committee votes and ultimately words the resolve matters. And I think Senator May might be hitting on something that is important to highlight. Portions of the rule that are not addressed in the resolve, I think can go into effect. It's not that the department can change them, like they will go into effect as shown in the provisionally adopted document. The way to make sure that doesn't happen, if you only want to explicitly approve pieces of the rule, is to say basically that nothing presented to the committee may go into effect except, and then you isolate the sections that may go into effect. So, I wouldn't get too hung up on the wording as long as you're clear when you vote for me to draft it in a certain way to say only these things or only those things. Obviously you'll see it at language review too before it goes out. Does that help?
Good. Okay. Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Sam. Representative Dolph, welcome back, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying to get this all clear because it's like we can't vote on not to pass because everything will pass. So if I'm understanding what Sam just said correct, we could vote even just one little piece out of it all, and then the rest would have to go back and be reworked. Is that correct? Okay.
If that's what we choose to do, as long as we say that to Sam and say we only want to accept this one aspect and we want them to go back and do everything, that's fine. If we tell them we want to let them do everything else, but we just want to change this one piece, we can do that too. So it's really just a question of what our intent of the committee is. But again, I don't want to jump on Sam's toes because he's the process expert, not I. So Sam, please.
Everything I'm not correcting anything you said. I just actually was thinking as we're having this conversation, and it may be easiest for the committee to think about when you do take a vote, not necessarily worrying about whether we're calling it ought to pass as amended or ought to pass. Take the vote on what you want the department to do, and I will clarify before we end the work session what that vote looks like. And that way we don't have to worry about that, because the committee report is really, in this sense, like it's a kind of formal process aspect, and we'll get it right. And what's most important is that you as a committee are clear on what it is you want to happen with these rules. Does that help? Yes.
Representative Dolph, does that help?
I don't know. I think so. It's just that I go back to what Representative Sapika said. And if it comes down to we don't even want any of these rules, we can't vote that way because they'll become the rules. Is that correct?
No, I think we can. What we would do is we would vote ought to pass as amended and just say rework all of these rules and say so we just need to talk about, I think to Sam's point is, if we want them to rework all these rules and we don't want them to go into effect, we just tell Sam that, and he'll come back and let us know the best way to present that report, whether it's ought to pass as amended or just ought to, what that would look like, and we'll make sure that the language reflects the intent of the committee. Does that help a little bit? So it's a little bit different than other bills, and that's why we're going through the process. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Representative. Sorry.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just let's see. What was I going to say? But when you say ought to pass as amendment, don't we have to have an amendment that says something?
It does, and Sam will help us. Sam will help us craft what that looks like. We just need to decide. We need to look at the rules and say we like this one or we don't like that one, and then we kind of go through them and decide which ones we want to take out and which ones we want to leave in. And then if we want to make changes to those individual ones, we can try and do that as well, right? So we just need to collectively, absorb this information, go through that list and decide. Listen to input from Mr. Bayless, his group. We'll have the department in next to see, they need to be able to weigh in as well. And then we can decide, what do we want to accept them all? Do we want to accept some of them? Which ones we want to change? And once we decide that, we'll let Sam know how we want to do this, and he'll help us out with how we want to craft that, the structure of that, whether it's ought to pass as amended, and how that wording works, if that makes sense. All right. Thank you, Representative. I'm sorry, Sam, did you want to weigh in on that? Sorry.
I was just thinking of another way to help clarify, but I don't want to get in the way of Representative Kinney if she has a question to ask first.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Representative Kinney, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sam. I actually might have a way to make it simple. I've had where we've wanted to not adopt the rules in other committees in the past. And the only thing we did was, if you look at the bill itself, which is really short, where at the very last sentence in section 1 is authorized, we say is not authorized. And then it's like a traditional ought not to pass. But I know for myself, I know I've been on some minority reports around some of these rules on other bills. And so there are some of the rules that I am going to want to see go through, but it's going to be, this is extremely complicated because we have other bills that have come in that completely go against the rules that are only provisionally adopted. And so what bothers me about that is that we didn't even let these rules attempt to work before we sent other bills in. And so all these other bills are just messing up the whole mix, in my opinion. And it's a little frustrating.
So Sam, thank you, Representative Kinney. So if I understand, obviously statute trumps rules. So any changes that we have adopted by a statute, even if there's a conflict with the rules, the statute takes precedence. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the department's authority for the rules come from the statute. So to the extent, let's say, hypothetically, you were to just let the current set of rules go through, any changes that get approved by this legislature will then have to be again changed based on the changes made this session. I think the real question for the committee here is you could kind of let that happen in one of two ways. You could either be silent on those changes in the rules resolve, and they would have to go through the major substantive rule process again on those provisions. Or you could, and I think you can do this, you could say and make change, something like, the rules are approved, but you have to make changes based on the bills that are enacted during the session. And it wouldn't be quite that language, but it would be something like that. And that would tell the department, I think, to make the changes without bringing them back first. So those are different options. And I think the only other thing you want to really be aware of and think about with that is timelines. So, we do have a general effective date for bills after the legislature adjourns. And there is time, it does take time to adopt rules, and major substantive rules, obviously they would have to go through the Administrative Procedure Act process. They would have to provisionally adopt them and then come back to the legislature again next year. And so, if you were to let a provision go into effect that gets changed by a bill that's in front of the committee this year, there is that potential for the rules to not, for some period of time, to not reflect what the law says based on the changes you've made. So I guess I guess the really short answer is that anything you change in the law is going to have to be changed in rule in response. And you just have to think about what you're really thinking about is when you want that to happen. Does that make sense? Like, sorry.
Representative Kenney, does that help answer your question? I know it doesn't alleviate the frustration. I apologize, but I mean, you're the process as well as any of us. So I'm, okay, thank you. Any other questions for Sam or Mr. Bayless before we bring in the department? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Bayless, for your time. I'm sure we will be seeing you again either later today or in Friday's work session. I will bring in, I see Gabby Pierce from the department. We'll bring in Ms. Pierce to see, give her a second to come in. Oh, and there's Ms. Pierce looking very much like Director Gunderson.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Okay, yeah, so where to begin? First,
let's start, wait a minute, hold on a second, sorry, okay. Director. Let's start with questions first, if we have any. Representative Sapika.
Thank you, Chair Chiazzo. Director Gunderson, good morning.
Morning.
So did you hear the question I asked Mr. Bayless?
I did, but if you could re-ask it, that would be great to make sure that I'm on point with the answer.
Well, I was going to ask you the opposite. Well, kind of the same thing, but the opposite. I don't know. I'm not making sense now. Let me clarify. So, when the stakeholders came out of the meeting, there is a strong sense that there was no consensus, and he mentioned 2 points that he thought were good. One of them was a little bit more substantial, and that had to do with conditional licensees. And the other one was more ornamental for operators. And that was kind of there might be more if the stakeholders go back and dig into it, but that was kind of the only things that really stuck out. I guess for you, when you left the meetings, did you feel like there was more consensus found other than that? And what items does your department kind of thought that there was sort of consensus on?
Sure, and I think that's where we get a little bit lost with Mr. Bayless's thought process or kind of approach here. I mean, if everybody takes the opportunity to read the department's basis statement, it outlines, I think, like 25 to 30 changes that we made in the rule. And those changes fall into 3 different buckets. One, there's been a lot of conversation about potential law changes. Well, this draft of the rule incorporates law changes that have happened to the program over the last year and a half. So we're trying to catch up and make sure that we codify those law changes into regulations. I mean, I understand the thoughts and comments about, well, let's put this rule on pause to incorporate law changes we're making this year. There's always going to be law changes. We always need to update the regulations. There's never not going to be a session where there isn't a cannabis law change. So that's kind of where we're at there. The second point is after the first iteration of the rules, and we launched the program, the department in many times is in a place where we need to issue guidance documents, where there's further clarification and interpretation needed even above and beyond what's in rule and what's in statute. So we've taken those guidance documents and codified them in the rule for shared understanding, shared clarity between all those that interact with the document. And then the third bucket, a much larger bucket, is those things that we received in conversations with our stakeholders, our industry partners, changes they would like to see, reduced regulatory costs, built-in efficiencies. Everything that we've changed in here, and this is why we're a little bit confused, benefits the industry. And I can go through some of those. I mean, certainly Mr. Bayless spoke to us making the licensing process more efficient, removing the requirements for SOPs. The babysitting example, as far as contractors that he brought up, has been removed. Removing operating and store hours for flexibility and less having to come back to the department to change operating plans, reduce security requirements. So while I understand they wanted us to go above and beyond. We're limited in what we can do. So there are two specific bills that are being considered that require statutory changes to get kind of what they're looking for with the inventory tracking system and testing, which we can't do in the rules. So the idea of sidelining these rules, which brings these important updates, a lot of what they're looking for in lieu of those other pieces of legislation working their way through the system is, I don't think there needs to be a direct correlation. Certainly if those bills pass, then this summer we go back into rulemaking and we update the rule like we will every summer from now until eternity. So that's kind of where we're at.
May I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Is that it, Director Gunderson, for your response? Sorry,
yeah, I think I did a pretty good. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I'm good.
I
Okay.
guess
All right. Sorry. Yes. Go ahead, Representative Speaker. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I guess I wanted to follow up because that wasn't really an answer to my question. And I wanted to just explain to Director Gunderson because I'm not being clear and I apologize. I guess my intent with that question was I'm just trying to find like a spot to kind of jump off of. Please don't take that my statements as an assumption that I'm just saying, let's throw it all out. I was just trying to wrap my head around a certain points in the bills where we can find more consensus so that I personally can kind of jump off and have a better idea of what I was going to vote on. So I was trying to get an idea of what your department kind of considered consensus. And I don't know if I heard correctly, if you were saying that you thought, I don't think you said you thought the whole bill was consensus, but you mentioned the third bucket. And so was I clear? Were you saying the third bucket was kind of points that you thought were consensus? And where would I find like information on that third bucket? I believe you mentioned that there's a document, and I apologize, that's on me. I'm not it's really hard, everything digital and nothing really printed out, that I don't have that document printed out in front of me. So I'm sorry about that.
What I would recommend, so the adult use program rule is a comprehensive document. So I have a certain level of anxiety when we're saying we'll pass one section and not the other. Then we have an impartial rule, and I don't know how you govern a cannabis program like that. So I'll be upfront, that gives me anxiety.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Sorry.
Yeah. Second, again, it's the statement doc. What is it called? Our basis statement is a comprehensive document where we outline all of the changes that we would have made from the current existing rule. What I would recommend would go through that and try to identify what in there is not beneficial to industry, or ask Mr. Bayless. And I think all of them have an eye towards providing extra clarity, streamlining the process, or updating the regulations so they can operate more efficiently or reduce costs. I think if you silo the conversations between the statutory changes that the industry is looking for and the conversation about the rules, this document benefits them top to bottom. I'm sure there are different initiatives within the rule that they would like to go further with, or they would like to tweak, but in the end of the day, the comprehensive document is in line with our OMP's strategic plan, which is to responsibly and slowly start to bring down those regulatory costs and building those efficiencies, knowing what we know now. I hope that answered your question.
Representative?
If I may,
yeah.
It answers, I guess it made it clear why, I don't want to say ridiculous, but why the question like doesn't really, like when you said kind of it's an entire document and it gives anxiety to the idea of picking it apart, that made like what you were saying more clear, that like that you can't really answer the question because it's an entire document. So that's kind of my big takeaway.
And so if I could follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, if I'm going to be totally honest here, I think our preference would be to just make sure the rule doesn't pass. We can continue to operate with the rule that we have now and the guidance documents. And I mean, we can give it another shot and incorporate the feedback and things that would benefit industry. Again, bits and pieces. I don't know what the end results of that would be. Yeah, I mean, what we were trying to do with this rule was to benefit the industry, the state, really all stakeholders. And if they don't want it to pass, then we can continue to operate off the rule that we have. They can continue to go through the current licensing process. They can continue to submit us SOPs. They can continue to babysit consultants, come to us to change operating hours, retail hours. I mean, those 25 to 30 different initiatives or changes within the state's basis statement.
Representative Sapika, follow up?
No, that clarifies the OMP, like the OMP's position on it for me. So and now options are kind of clearer in my mind. So thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Representative. Representative Keeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for Mr. Gunderson. It's my understanding rulemaking, whether it's routine, technical, or major substantive, starts in the department with a rulemaking hearing where people can come before you with their concerns and questions. And just like we have a hearing in the legislature, you have this same kind of hearing. You have people that give their input. And then from that, you make your decisions as to what you want to put in for rulemaking. So with the rules that have been put in place, the people that came to testify against them now, did they testify against them when you were in the rulemaking process? And did you have people that were testifying in favor of these rules that maybe didn't come and testify in favor before us?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So as far as the process itself, just to make sure that we're totally clear, we, as in typical OMP fashion, attempted for a substantive conversation, went above and beyond the actual MAPA rulemaking process. So it started with us making public a draft document so we can have conversation and engage our stakeholders about their feedback, comments, concerns. So there was about a month period where we held one-on-one conversations with our stakeholders to talk through the rule, changes, thoughts. Then we went back and revised it. Then we made it public within the MAPA process. After 21 days, we held a public hearing where we had two individuals testify about the rules. And then we had, I believe it was another 10-day public comment period. What was really nice is in that process, while we didn't get the volume of comments we do with the other program, we certainly got very specific comments and feedback around initiatives and what they were hoping to see, which we could then have internal conversations and put into the rule. And a lot of those early conversations and a lot of the written comments that we did receive is in the rule that's in front of this committee today. But at the public hearing itself, we had two individuals testify. Mr. Bayless was one, and I'm sure he can speak to his testimony.
Representative Keeney, does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. Representative Dollar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, this is a freshman question because this is the only committee I've been on. And as far as the different rules, I've only been knowledgeable in the marijuana field, and I'm still really learning. So my freshman question is, Mr. Dennison, if we adopt these rules and say next session, next year, the rules are not working, these can always be changed, am I right? And assuming that, I don't like to assume anything, but rules can change, is that correct?
Absolutely. And to my point earlier, one of the buckets of changes in this rule is from legislative changes that have happened the prior couple of years. So if you pass legislation this year, we're going to be obligated to go through the rulemaking process, and those rules, depending if they're major, substantive, routine, technical, if they're major substantive, they will happen, and they will be in front of this committee again next year. And we will go through the same process that we have this prior year, where we take a step back, we look at the program, see where we can build efficiencies, cost savings, make sure the program is working for all stakeholders, and we can bring those changes to this committee again. I will say that what we've heard from, and I hope Mr. Bayless can respond to this, but what we've heard from Mr. Bayless and his organization is they want to see two specific changes, which require statutory change which came in the form of legislation that this committee can change, but we cannot. So that's a different conversation than these rules. And if they were to pass, we're happy to write those rules and implement those initiatives like any agency would after every single legislative session. So this is not a conversation about testing or inventory tracking. It's about the regulations, where they were yesterday, how we've improved them with those 3 buckets to moving forward. And anything, again, passed by this committee and this legislature, we'll go through that rulemaking process again this summer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dolph. Any other questions for Director Gunderson from the group? Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gunderson, I just really wanted to say the way you explained it was very helpful to me.
Oh, good.
With the 3 buckets and using the document, the basis statement and findings for revisions. You mentioned that document, right? So I have not gone through that. We have so many documents. I have not gone through that particular one in detail. I'm trying to look through it now, and I'm glad we're probably not taking a vote today. If I take that document and I match it up, I assume you've taken a look at the document that Sam gave us, the analysis. I should be able to take these 2 documents and sort of line them up. Sam, maybe you can answer that if I sort of cross-reference those 2 documents, it will help me understand what, as you said, Mr. Gunderson, there's about 25 changes.
Yeah, I've only seen that document when it was up on screen earlier, but I'm looking at Gabby right now, and she says they essentially they track directly together. Yep.
Okay. And
Representative Wood, I'm sorry, before, I didn't mean to cut you off, I apologize, but I don't know, Sam, did you want to respond to that too before she moved on to a different, is that what you had your hand up for, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when I was looking through the rule in preparation for this work session, I relied on that document provided by the department to help me identify each of the sections that were changed. So and I didn't identify changes that weren't notified in that document either. So it really, I think that they line up very well.
Thank you, Sam. Sorry, Representative Wood, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can just continue for a minute.
Please.
I've been trying to follow all of this, and it's just starting to come together for me a little bit. So I'm happy about that. So there's nothing in the proposed rule changes that has anything to do with testing or tracking. Is that correct? I don't know if I'm asking Sam or Director Gunderson.
I think probably Director Gunderson could speak to that one.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah, so testing, no. So the testing rules are defined as routine technical, so they didn't need to go before the committee. We had started that process, but we also, we saw early on that we might have bit off more than we can chew by going through the process with 3 sets of rules simultaneously, being the medical rule, the adult use rule, and the testing rule. So we decided to put at least the testing rule on ice to go through that process, to redefine and go through the MAPA process with the testing rules after legislative session, because we wanted to ensure that we can give it the time and attention it deserves. As far as the tracking is considered, the only changes that we didn't make to the rule were to consolidate 2 different sections. There were no substantive changes to the tracking section. But I also think the tracking section is only like a page and a half. So
no substantive changes, but were there routine technical?
No, that section in entirety is major substantive. So any changes to that section would have to have the blessing of this committee and the full legislature.
Okay, thank you. That's all very helpful.
And I'm sorry, Representative Wood, I know you had a train of thought you were going there. Did I cut you off before you got to complete that? No? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Gunderson, just following up where you just were. around the tracking. So we have a bill. So that's where that change could happen if that bill passes. And then you would have to do rulemaking, which is it never ends, right? I mean, there's always legislation changing.
With cannabis, the Office of Marijuana Policy every year will engage in rulemaking to update. So the rule before you, the language around tracking is identical to the last rule passed by the legislature. If you were to pass an inventory tracking bill that would impact the rulemaking, yes, as soon as session ends, we head into summer, that's when we would circle back and update the rules accordingly to make sure that they reflect the legislation and the intent of this committee in the full legislature, correct?
Thanks. And again, there was a question earlier about rulemaking, and it just never ends. I mean, not just with this department or office, but as legislation goes through and we keep doing that, we keep passing things and rules have to be changed. Okay. Mr. Chair, a question for Sam.
Please.
I need help with the side-by-side that Representative Wood was talking about. I need help finding those documents from all the other documents. So if you could help me with that, I'd appreciate it. Whether we look at it now or just send out again or something so I can find them. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I will say that my the documents I've sent to the committee this morning will be posted on the electronic LD file as well. But the document with my attempt at a simplified summary of the changes in the rule is just labeled LD 1930, and it's my bill analysis, and that's just how I organize them. And then the document that we were talking about from the department with kind of that has their more in-depth summary of the changes is I labeled that as RE LD 1930 dash basis statement regarding rules OMP. And those are both in the email I sent this morning, and I'm also happy just to send them again. So it's very clear which ones they are too. I know it was a lot this morning.
That's okay. It's down at the bottom. I see it now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to be helpful if I could. I actually picked up the documents that our clerk, Karen Montel, had filed for us in the meeting room, the VLA meeting room, and that the basis statement was in that packet that she had printed out for us. So it just made it easier for me to find going through what she had already printed. It's when there's this many documents, it's just good to have printed material, and my printer couldn't handle all of these documents. So I'm glad that I got some.
Oh, Representative Wood, you went back on mute again. Sorry. There you go.
I was just thanking Karen.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Karen. And I just, a reminder though, that if you want those documents printed, please keep those requests limited. She's not going to print those up for you. I don't think she's going to be doing that, but we're as we get into the hybrid session, just make sure that we're clear with what we need and what we don't need. So, Representative Gunnarsson, usually you need to be asked a question, but I will ask you a question. Is there something else you'd like to add?
Thank you. It was just an offer. So in talking about the basis statement and understanding those 25 to 30 changes that were made from the last set of rules that was approved by the legislature, I am happy either do it myself or have our Director of Policy, Gabby, who is more intimately involved with those detailed changes, to either walk the committee through what those are or answer any questions. So really just an offer.
That is appreciated. Time is of the essence. With basically this week to get the bills voted out. So I certainly will defer to the committee if there's questions now. We can try and get as much info as we can now, or we can continue on, and certainly others may want to weigh in on other questions too. So just want to make sure we have access to the information that we're looking for. We know what we need to be looking for and looking at for us to make our informed decisions on how we're going to vote this. So Representative McCray.
Well, just for myself, I would appreciate a walkthrough, but if nobody else needs it, I see at least one head shaking.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I think I would support that as well. Director Gunderson, are you prepared to do that now, or are you?
Yes,
are
we
you
are
prepared
prepared.
to do that now?
Yep.
Okay. Sam, does it make sense for you to put if there's any documents, Gabby, that you need, just if Sam has them, you can just ask him to put them up on the screen if you want to walk us through. Sorry, Sam, I didn't mean to volunteer you for that, but.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure, because I think what Representative Wood was referring to was the rulemaking packet that was filed with the executive director and then transmitted to your committee. And so I just wanted to make sure you knew what you had in that across the board. So in addition to the basis statement, which really is a high-level summary of all the changes that were integrated into the rule in those 3 buckets. And at the end of it, there is a list, an itemized list of the comments we received and the changes we made in response to those comments. You also have what we're calling a clean copy of the rule that does not show the track changes, and then a track changes version of the rule. Because it's such a big rule, the track changes version can get kind of confusing because it looks just like any other legislative document with underlines and crosses and stuff like that. Additionally,
Sorry, Gabby, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but sorry, Representative McCray, so you requested the comparison. What form do you prefer? What's going to be easier for you? Do you have a preferred method?
The one that'll help me understand it.
I know exactly which one that is.
Yeah.
The basis statement, sorry.
I think so. I mean, I'm thinking visually will help. So something, I see it, I have it on my other computer. So I can, I don't know if we want to screen share.
Yeah, if that helps, if that's what you, Ms. Pierce, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure that as we start getting into the weeds, I think we want to make sure we're talking from the same basis. So the same perspective. Which document did you want to go through? Ms. Pierce, was it the basis statement first, or was it the bottom of the base statement? Which I can put up on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what your questions are, I think the basis statement probably just starting at the top, it summarizes those 3 buckets that Director Gunderson brought up previously. So the first one being statutory changes. So if you want, Sam might want to pull that one up.
Perfect. Representative McCray.
Yeah, just clarifying what will be helpful, I think, is to see what are the changes that are proposed. And the discussion has been really helpful around what happens if we pass them, what happens if we don't. And I think it's fair to say that some of the changes would be considered improvements by some, and some would not. And we also have bills pending that will make changes for some of those that people do not like, I think, and that it will never end. So there will always be changes. So, but I'd like to see what we're doing now as toward our decision of what do we do with the rules? Do we vote yes, no, in whatever form? And Sam, I know what you're explaining. I also heard Director Gunderson concerned about bits and pieces. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around all that.
So maybe we start with thank you, Representative McCray, for that clarity, for sure. Maybe we do start with the basis statement, just put that up on the screen, and then Ms. Pierce, you can walk us through where you'd like to go with that, and then we can start that for questions. And if we need more clarification, we can certainly dig into whatever other documents that we need. So.
Sure. So the introductory remarks really just kind of restate briefly the 3 big buckets that Director Gunderson was talking about. So you can see again those bills that were passed during the first regular session, and I believe the the first special session of the 130th. And then additionally, we have been issuing clarifying guidance over the last couple of years. And if you want to scroll down, I think we've talked quite a bit about those statutory changes. We had hearings about them last year. So perhaps the guidance documents or the guidance might be where we might want to dig in a little bit more. And you can see there, it really calls out the sections that were changed with respect to those guidance documents. And so, yeah, with respect to sales tax identification numbers for sample collectors, and then the different kinds of other agency licenses that are required, we clarified those in the sections indicated in this section. And then again, based on guidance we had given, just making sure that folks understood how to label on a marijuana item the results of mandatory test results, and then packaging of and labeling of seeds sold to consumers. Those were kind of the big guidance documents that went out that were incorporated into this rule. And then this last big bucket, changes in response to public comments. Sam, I think probably scrolling down to pages 6 and 7 would probably be the easiest way to do that, because it really does give you an itemized list of the changes. Keep going. Oh. I would keep going all the way down to the spreadsheet right there. So that'll give you a real sense of which section, which lines were changed in response to public comments. So we got, I was actually surprised when I went back and looked at the data, we got exactly 100 public comments from 15 people, 15 individuals. So, and we have a more comprehensive public comment document, so you can see every single public comment we received and the department's response to those public comments. And that's in a separate document, but these are the ones that we ended up accepting in part and integrating into the rule. And as I said, there are specific references, citations directly to the rule and the sections that were changed. So I hope that's helpful. I'm happy to answer. Yeah,
I was gonna say, any questions for Gabby up until this point? Are there, and again, I know some of us are digging into this newly, so if there are specific lines or specific decisions, we can pick into those too if you'd like. Or we can take some time and digest this document and move forward.
May I make one point? Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Mr. Representative McCray.
No, I'd certainly like to hear the point. I was going to ask next if we could see Sam's document that summarizes as well.
Okay, Ms. Pierce, did you want to add something before we moved on?
Yeah, one of there are a number of different issues that have come up over the course of the discussion of these rules, and a couple of them were related to standard operating procedures and concerns about, the submission of those. Those were in the rule that was adopted in 2019, the disclosure of standard operating procedures. And over the course of the last couple of years, one of the lessons we learned was that we probably didn't need them for all activities, but really, so we removed most of the standard operating procedure disclosure requirements and limited those disclosure requirements only to standard operating procedures for the operation of inherently hazardous substance extraction equipment. So that's, butane or hydrocarbon extraction equipment, and just making sure that the folks who are operating that equipment operate in accordance with the equipment manufacturer's instructions. So that was part of that. And then the other thing that I believe Director Gunderson touched upon was doing away with retail sales hours and hours of operation. So we did streamline that back substantially, so folks do not need to let us know ahead of time when they're operating. We learned from the COVID-19 pandemic that staffing can be unpredictable, and folks who are operating businesses really need to be able to to make business decisions related to staffing and opening hours, as long as they're operating within the hours authorized by the communities they're operating in. We're fine with that. And then the other thing that I really wanted to hone in on was security requirements. And you know, we've certainly talked a lot in this committee over the years about video surveillance and what's an appropriate level of video surveillance. And so we really took that feedback to heart over the last couple of years and allowed for motion detection, reduce the number of cameras that are required at cultivation areas. Just as we've worked with the industry, we've really been able to kind of learn what is necessary to protect public health and safety. And so I just want to highlight those things. The other thing that I know Director Gunderson brought up too was that babysitting provision has been for contractors on site, because there will presumably be video surveillance in those areas, or you know, allowing folks to make a business decision about how closely they monitor their contractors when they're in there. Those babysitting requirements were scaled back and are now in the realm of business decision making. So I'm happy to go through the rest of the list, but those were some of the things I wanted to highlight from, based on public comments and feedback we've gotten. We were able to make changes into the rule regarding those.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce, for that clarity. Representative McCray, you said there was another document maybe that you wanted to look at as well?
If I heard correctly, Sam had done a summary as well, just if we could see that.
Okay. Sam, can you put that one up for us too, please?
Absolutely. So the summary that I provided is the summary that was in my bill analysis. And so that's the document labeled LD 1930, just plainly. And that summary begins where I have the header, specifically, this rule does the following. Oops, sorry. And I can walk you through this point by point, or if you just wanted to see it. But one thing I will point out before I just see how you want to move forward is that I tried to do two things in particular with this. I mean, the first is I tried to put in like plain language, just to make it really clear what it is this rule is changing. I tried to, and you'll see I did this in parentheses at the end of each point, identify for the committee which section of the rule is, includes these changes. Some of them I was able to do with quite a bit of granularity because the department did that in their basis statement document, and other things I was a little more general because I am just not the expert on the rule. But you can go, the intent here was to allow you to basically, if you wanted to sit down with my bill analysis and sit down with the rule next to you and flip through the pages and see each section that was being changed and addressed like very easily. The other thing I provided was I provided links to each of the bills passed by this committee last session. So if you were to click on like LD 1434, for example, this will bring you up to the legislative website that has all the different versions of that bill. And if we go and click on the chapter law, you can see this is the bill this committee passed to allow a controlled indoor entry area to verify the age of someone entering a marijuana store. So to the extent that portions of this rule are in direct response to legislation passed last session, I've made that clear for the committee in my summary within the bill analysis as well. And then, yeah, just moving through, I mean, I really did rely heavily on that document provided by the department in providing this, what I hope is a clear and concise summary, but I definitely defer to the department on the granular aspects of those changes. And again, I'm happy to walk you through these bullets again, but I didn't know if you just wanted everyone to see this or if you wanted me to walk through it.
Thanks, Sam. Representative McCray, do you have a preference?
Oh, I didn't mean to raise my hand.
That's okay. It's all good.
No, this is helpful to me.
just seeing them, I can then dig in further, but talking about them side by side has been really helpful. So I appreciate that.
Okay. Any other documents or details that we want to get into? Representative Wood. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam, I just had a question on how you set this up where you have LD numbers. So specifically, this rule does the following. And number one, there's 3 LD numbers. Were those LDs all passed by this committee last year? So they're all new, or do some of them go back to 2019?
The LD numbers that I indicated on my bill analysis were all passed last year.
Okay.
So they were all from, I actually believe they were all, I think one of them was technically the first regular and the other 2 were technically the first special, but they were all basically this committee, the previous session.
So if I look up those LDs, they should be familiar to me as a first year legislator. They're not going back further in history. Okay.
That's correct. And if you want, I can also direct you to my former bill analyses on those if you'd like to see those as well.
That's a document that you presented, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. I just, now that it's coming together for me, I just need to spend a little bit of time with the different documents and before Friday and see how they all mesh. Because they're starting to mesh in my brain now. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Pierce, did you have a follow-up you wanted to mention?
I just wanted to offer too that if folks have specific questions about where the heck in the rule is something, I'm happy to answer those. Unfortunately, it lives in my brain. And so I really, it's a skill that I would be happy to offer up to this committee.
I'm jealous, but also saddened at the same time. With thank you for that offer, Ms. Pierce. Representative Sapika.
Thank you. So all of these documents that we've just recently been talking about has really helped me frame how I'm going to consider this bill moving forward. And as I dig in, I just wanted to share kind of how I want to, like, personally, I'm going to approach it is what out of these rules could be doing harm, because I really appreciated the testimony of OMP that this document is coming from a place of trying to improve standards. So as I dig in, that's going to be like what I want to look at. Is this a rule that's going to be doing harm and backsliding and making it more difficult? So I just wanted to share that to the committee. So thank you very much, Mrs. Pierce.
Thank you, Representative Sapika. Any other questions or comments from the group for either for Ms. Pierce or for anybody else in the attending room? Representative McCrae.
Just following Representative Sapika's lead, what I'm thinking through is the concern about taking out the pieces that we talked about early on that were good, and what does that do to the rest of the rules? That's a concern OMP has. Not passing it at all, however, means we're stuck with the rules as they were. So it seems to me we're losing some progress. Mm-hmm. So my dilemma is what to do. But I throwing out the baby with the bathwater, I just don't know. I think seems to me there's been improvement. We heard so much about security cameras, and just as an example, in addition, we have the bills that in Sam's document that he references that these rules reflect, as I understand it, and anything we've passed this time would create changes in the rules going forward, as will always be the case. So that's just where I am. I don't want to throw away progress, but I don't want to do harm either. Mm-hmm. So
okay.
That's where I am.
Thank you, Representative McCrae. Any other comments, questions, discussion? Got a lot to chew on. If there's other questions people want to ask anybody in the attendee room, we can entertain that now. If not, then I think Senator Miramont had a tabling motion on the floor. It has not been seconded yet, but I don't want to cut off discussion if it's going to be helpful to any committee members.
Is it 4 units of housing?
I'll second it if there's no more discussion.
All right, Representative Supika taking the lead and seconding. Let me just give it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do have a quorum and we have senators present. So Karen, when you are ready, if you could please call the roll.
Every community is going to be different. You know, 1,000 units in Biddeford certainly makes sense to
Senator Hickman.
Yay. Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Senator Miramont, yay. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 9 in favor of the motion, 0 opposed to the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. The majority moving for the acceptance of the tabling motion. That the motion for 1930 is tabled until next work session. So we're at a little bit of a crossroads from the committee standpoint. We have until 3 o'clock before we go to AFA. I want to make sure, Janet, how long do we have you? Is my question.
All day.
All day. Okay. So we can do one of two things. I'd like to break for a caucus before we move on to the next bill. We're close to the kind of witching hour, I think. So we can do one of two things. We can break for a caucus and go right into lunch and come back at 12:30, let's say, and work 1750. And then hopefully that will end our committee work for the day before our appropriations. Or we can take a caucus and then we can come back and try and move through 1750 and then wrap up our committee work completely and then break for a longer afternoon break. So I would prefer caucus and then lunch and then come back to it, but I will entertain comments, discussions from anybody else too, or whatever everybody feels is more efficient and more comfortable.
I
Representative
like
Riley.
your option.
Representative Riley?
Yeah, let's caucus and then let's do lunch. Let's do that.
All right, let's do lunch. My people will call yours. We'll let's go to recess.
As long as you're buying.
I have lots of friends when that happens. So shall we reconvene at can we say 12:30? And we do have some other things to discuss in addition to 1750 as well. Those are kind of committee issues that we want to take some time to discuss as well. But I want to make sure everybody gets a break. It has been a long morning, but relatively speaking for this topic, I think we've done a great job. So thank you for everybody's engagement and time. Senator Hickman, welcome back in both worlds.
Thank you. What time would you like to caucus? I think the Dems already have the link from this morning in your email. So whenever you'd like me to open up the caucus, just give me a time.
I think we can maybe caucus first, get it over with, and then we can see what we have left for time. So let's say, Senator Hickman, if you can, when you can send the link out, that would be great. We'll jump on real quick.
The link is in your email, just so you know.
Oh, okay, we'll use that one from this morning.
I'll just open it up when we go to recess.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we will go into recess then until 12:30, and we will caucus and eat between them. But in the meantime, I hope you all enjoy the quick break in the middle, and we will see you all back here at 12:30. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. If any committee members in could get their videos on, I think we've got enough for a quorum and a senator, so we're hitting on all cylinders right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Excellent. All right, so thanks, folks. Welcome back. So we've got a couple things on the docket for this afternoon. We've got LD 1750. Which was the RFP process for the liquor contract that Janet's going to walk us through. If you recall, that was Senator Lucchini's bill. He was a primary bill sponsor. I've kind of taken over in his absence with the amendment and stuff. So if there's no objection from the committee, because we got a lot of things to talk about, I would like to turn the gavel over to Senator Farren for that proceeding so that he can walk us through that and we can have that discussion, so I'm not trying to do everything from the rostrum. So seeing no objections, then Senator Farren, sir, you have the con.
Wow. Feel that, the token senator, right? Is that what that is? Okay.
That is a peaceful transfer of power, sir.
All right. Appreciate that. To the chair. So let's dive right into opening the work session on LD 1750, and we will turn to Janet to bring us up to speed on where we stand at this stage of the game.
I was going to make a terrible joke about how I didn't get to object to you being the chair, but I'll move on. So
noted.
We had several work sessions, several being 4, on this bill so far, and Representative Chiazzo had put forth a bullet point list of proposed amendments, and then between last time and this time, he asked me to put together language and to present it to you. So that was sent out last night, and it's posted on the electronic committee file for anyone who is listening in. You can get to that through the VLA committee page. And I suppose you might want me to go through that, but I will defer to you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, Janet.
So as you remember, the state spirits contract right now, there are 2 contracts. There's one for spirits administration, so that's the warehousing and distribution piece, and then there's one for spirits trade marketing, and that's a separate contract. And the first thing that Representative Chiazzo's amendment, which is shown below, but I just wanted to summarize it at the top. The first thing it does is combine those into a single contract, and it uses, instead of the phrases that are used throughout Section 90 currently, it uses the actual defined terms of spirits administration and spirits trade marketing. And if you want to make sure that those are the terms you want to be using, you can just click right there to get to those definitions. It also removes the application fee for submitting a bid for the contract. So originally Representative Chiazzo had proposed making some kind of fee for the contract because there's a $5,000 application fee the last go around for the spirits trade marketing contract and a $20,000 fee, I believe it was, for the spirits administration contract. But according to the procurement folks at DAFS, that the application fees aren't generally collected anymore, and there isn't really a process to collect them. So Representative Chiazzo had me remove that from the current law in his proposed amendment. In addition, if you remember, I don't know why you would, but you may remember that if you look through the current law in Section 90 of Title 28A about these contracts, there are a list of criteria that bidders, or sort of directions to bidders, of what they must submit in their bids that are by virtue of statute. Obviously the RFP could have more requirements, but by virtue of statute, there's a whole list of things that have to be described in each bid. And there are a subsection of the requirements for the spirits administration contract where it specifically says that a bidder's weakness in or inability to demonstrate proficiency in that specific list may not be considered as a cause for disqualification for consideration. And in combining all of the list of requirements, because again, this amendment that's before you as a proposal would make only one contract, Representative Chiazzo got rid of that language. So it's not as if, my understanding of the way it's written, it's not that you automatically disqualify someone if they don't meet one of these requirements. It's just you follow the general procurement rules and the general bid evaluation rules and statute, which are in Title V. In addition, as far as some of the bid requirements, this proposed amendment would require bidders to include new details, that's new versus current law, regarding their transportation and distribution capabilities, including the number and capacity of their delivery vehicles, their driver's credentials to operate all those sizes of vehicles, and their ability to deliver on at least 25 days per year, not be year. It also, thank you. It also newly requires bidders to include in their proposal the number of days per week they propose to deliver to each agency liquor store. But as in current law, it states the minimum would be 2 days, 2 times per week to each agency store. It also newly requires bidders to have an ability to expand their warehouse capacity over the contract term. Under current law, they just have to describe their capabilities. So this is a new requirement versus current law. It also has some information technology capability requirements, including processing orders, inventory management, and sales data analysis. It also removes the requirement in current law that bidders on either of the contracts, which now it'll be one contract, have to be of good moral character. That phrase wasn't really defined. But there is a provision in current law for each of the contracts that says that the bidder may not be found to have violated any state or federal law or rule governing the manufacture, distribution, or sale of alcoholic beverages. So that's current law. So the bidder and any named subcontractors can't have any of those violations. And Representative Piazzo's proposed amendment would keep that requirement of not having violated any laws, but it would limit it to the manufacture, distribution, or sale of spirits. So this is one difference from LD 1643, which was the larger so-called errors bill for Title 28A that was developed by the Title 28A subcommittee a long time ago, I think in 2019. And that subcommittee had decided to replace alcoholic beverages, that phrase, with liquor. So this is just a slightly different proposal, but obviously you can pick that proposal and then we can do what we need to do with 1643 later to make it match up as the case may be. The next thing the proposed amendment does is it authorizes the Bureau and the contractor to agree to a single extension of the contract with its existing terms for a term of no more than 3 years. It also includes all the other changes to this section that were proposed in 63 other than this one I just mentioned, including there's one change that is somewhat substantive in nature, but it was agreed to and you did just vote in favor of it in 1643, which is to say that under current law, the bidders can't hold or have a direct financial interest in any license or permit in any state to manufacture spirits. And the proposal says that they are allowed to have a minor investment in no more than 1% of the securities of a business entity with such a license or permit. And this minor investment exception that's in 1643 was requested by some stakeholders because the general idea is that when you get the spirits administration contract, you're acting, even though the state is technically the wholesaler of spirits, you're doing the job of the wholesaler, the actual moving around. And so the idea is that you wouldn't have a financial interest in a manufacturer level. It's sort of a 3-tier prohibition. And there is a 1% minor investment exemption from the 3-tier prohibition. So that would just apply equally to the spirits administration contract. And then it somewhat reorganizes the language because there were some provisions in section 90 of current law that say that the RFP must notify bidders that certain information is required. But then when you look at the list of the information required, those same things aren't listed. So it tries to make it internally consistent. So that is all of Part A. It's the rewriting of Section 90. And I don't know what you think, Senator Farron, as far as should we stop here to see if there are questions or just move on?
I think that's a great idea, Janet. Are there any questions from any members of the committee? I can't see any.
I can stop sharing for a second.
No, speak up now or forever hold, well, not forever. We're still working this. So it's a lot to digest. So I say not seeing any hands raised. Let's continue on.
Okay, so these are the provisions. That's the request for proposal requirements, the information provided by bidders. This is the area where there's been some of the changes that were described above. And then once you award the contract, before you actually execute it, there are certain requirements. Those are in current law already. And then mandatory contract provisions are from current law. The extension is new. And the price regulations in current law, it's just slightly fixed the way 1643 fixed it. And then the next part of this proposed amendment, Part B, makes changes that are outside of Section 90. And these talk about some of the pricing issues that came up during the discussion at the hearing and then in the prior work sessions. So the first thing it does is it combines the statutory provisions governing sales incentives for agency liquor stores with the statutory provision more generally governing the establishment of discount rates for agency liquor stores, so that all the discount rate provisions are in one place. And by doing that, you have to pick whether you're going to have major substantive rules, which is what's in 83C5, or if you're going to have routine technical rules, which is what is in 6064A. And so Representative Chiazzo is proposing that all of these discount rate rules be routine technical. In addition, it would change beginning on the effective date of the new Spirits Administration and Trade Marketing combined contract, which is going to be sometime in 2024. It would increase the minimum statutory discount rate from 12 to 16%. But remember, under these other provisions, which I'll show you in a second, that I just talked about, those discount rates can be increased above the 16%. For example, it's a minimum of 12% right now, but in effect, for almost everyone in the state is actually 18%, because those sales incentives in different programs and graduated rates increase the amount. It also would require the Bureau to submit a report to this committee by February of next year, informing the committee of the steps it's taken to adopt new rules governing discount rates. It also authorizes committee to report out legislation related to the report. We might want to talk about which part of the 131st legislature you want the authority to report out legislation during. I'll explain that in a second. And then it includes any of the changes to the discount rate provisions that were in that Errors Bill 1643. So I think it makes a little sense to show you how I structured this on Representative Chiazzo's behalf, just so you can follow it and tell me if that makes sense or not, if you want it differently. So the first thing is to repeal this major substantive rule provision about the sales incentive program and to put it right in the discount rate provision of current law. So I'm going to shrink this a little to show everything on one page. So in 6064A is where you have the minimum 12% discount rate currently. The shaded areas are things that were changed in 1643. So those changes are carried through here. In addition, it provides that above the 12% rate are graduated discount rates, and it just slightly rewrites the wording a little bit so that you can add this sales incentive program. And all of this is amendments to current law, and it's going to govern between now and whenever the new spirits contract is executed. And because I don't know exactly what the date is of that, I thought it was easier to just make two completely different subsections, and one will take over when the other one ends. And so in subsection 4C would take over as soon as the new contract is executed and awarded and takes effect in 2024. And then the minimum discount rate would be 16%. This should also be 16%. So just cross it off on your paper. This is the kind of thing Dan Tartikoff, if you remember him, he reviews all my writing and he would have caught this later today. And then above that, there can be graduated discount rates, just like under current law, and there can be the sales incentive programs also in rules, but then all of these, as mentioned above, are routine technical rules. Now, I put this in two different subsections because I don't know what the revisor's office will say about the fact that current law is going to stay in effect with the minimum 12% rate until the new contract is executed. I'm guessing how they would put it, which is in 2 different subsections. But if you tell me what the substance is that you want when you vote, I can work with the revisor's office to make it the best drafting that they think will make that effect. I just can't promise you which way it's going to look when they finish looking over it. If you know our revisor, he has strong opinions and he's usually right. I did want to point out that in his bullet point list of proposed amendments, Representative Piazza had stated that he wanted to make sure that the increased discount rate for small distilleries not be changed and that it apply whenever the small distilleries self-distribute their products. So this is the current law that provides for that. It's in 606 subsection 4B. But if you look at it, it covers all of the situations when a small distillery might self-distribute its product. So that means you don't need to amend this provision unless you want to do something else with it. But in his proposal, you wouldn't need to amend that provision, but he thought it important for you to see it today to remind yourself of that special discount rate provision. And then the final part here is the part about the report and updating the committee on the rulemaking process. It has a lot of language in here if you look for it about what rules you propose, because if the new rules with the minimum 16% discount rate don't apply until sometime in 2024, they're not going to have been adopted in 2023 when the report is due. So it's a lot of language about what types of rules are you proposing or thinking about proposing to adopt. So then the question would be, when would this committee want to have authority to report out legislation? The standard language has always been, if something is submitted during what we think would be the first regular session, then you'd say, report it out during the first regular session of the 131st legislature. Many committees ran into trouble last year because the first regular session ended fairly early on in the calendar year. And then we were in a first special session, so they all needed joint orders to report out bills that they otherwise would have had authority to report out. So the new standard language for people concerned about that is to say that you'd have to report it out sometime during 2023. But the committee can choose to say any session of the 131st legislature. And I didn't know if you all thought that was a good idea for this specific bill, because it's about something that's going to happen in 2024. So you may not want to limit yourselves to 2023, but that's entirely up to you. I just raised that so that you can make an informed choice on what you want there. Would you like me to stop sharing to see faces when talking?
Thank you. Janet, as always, you made it clear so that even I can understand things. So with that being said, let's see if we got some questions. I see Representative Kinney has her hand raised. Please share.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to wrap my head around the discount rates and why we would have a special discount rate for the small distilleries that is so much greater than that for everyone else.
Sure. So the discount rate makes a lot more sense when you think about it, at least to me personally, in the agency liquor store world. So you think of it as the discount off of the retail price. The retail price is set by the State Liquor and Lottery Commission. So it's the discount off of that the agency liquor store pays to buy that product from the state. So if it's a 12% discount, which it isn't for anybody now, but that's the statutory minimum currently, then that 12% represents the amount of the retail price that's going to be the profit to the agency liquor store. Obviously, they have to subtract out their overhead and everything else, but that's the amount of the retail price that'll be their profit. The proposal here is to make that 16% for the agency liquor stores, although as we talked about, there could be graduated. There is right now, for example, by bottle cost. So above $25, it's 14%, below it's 12%. And then also the sales incentives program, which has raised those minimums over time. And now I think everything's up to a maximum of 18%. So that's the agency liquor store world. In the small distillery world, there was a higher discount rate given, so a higher profit margin given to the small distillers only for products that they don't send through the state transportation system. And the idea was that they're not taking advantage of that system, so they could have a higher profit margin. They wouldn't have to recompense the state for all of the costs of that system. Others may have a different perspective on that, but that's been my understanding of why that rate is higher, because those products, it's, for example, if you operate a small distillery and you have a tasting room and you're allowing people to taste your products, you don't have to send your bottle to the Pine State warehouse and have it sent back. You can just bring it from the bottling part of your facility to the tasting room without going through the whole state. And the committee in the past decided that in return, you would get a higher discount rate and thus more of a profit margin on that bottle. You still have to sell, for example, if you sell that bottle at your tasting room for off-premises consumption, you still have to sell it at the state's retail price though. I don't know if that made sense or helped at all.
That was clear as mud, but no, but you did a great job explaining it.
Okay. I see our House Chair has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and maybe I can help clarify that a little bit. I want to remind us I got caught up in these discussions too about average discount rates, highest discount rates, seals, glorious, everything else. I want to remind the committee, this just sets the floor discount, the minimum required discount rate. It doesn't say that in fact, it authorizes the department to adjust that higher through either rulemaking or through incentives, however they want to do it. So it sets the floor. It doesn't set the ceiling anymore. And I thought it was important from the craft distiller standpoint that they didn't lose any ground for sure. So I didn't want it to look like that they were going to get reset to 16% for all the spirits. It was important to make sure that they kept that carve out, if that helped.
Okay. See any other questions, comments? Dig a little deeper. Representative Dola.
I'm just, if I could ask the chair, in his amendment, they're getting, if I understand, 18% discount right now. Is that correct?
Janet can correct me, but I believe the average discount rate is 18%, but the minimum by statute is 12% right now. So it would just be bumping that minimum from 12 to 16. But the average, and correct me if I'm wrong, Janet.
Why? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Representative. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm just wondering why you didn't just go with the 18%. How did you pick 16?
Yeah, so Janet, did you want to?
I just want to say the maximum by rule. So the Bureau gets to adopt rules about discount rates. The maximum discount rate right now is 18%. It's the max for an agency liquor store.
Right. So at 16%, they still have that 2% cushion to play with. If we set it right at 18, it would cap everything at that point. So they wouldn't be able to have any kind of incentive or anything. They would be already at the max percent. And I didn't want to change. Sorry, go ahead.
That's set by rule, so they could set a new one if they wanted to.
Right. Does that help, Representative?
Thank you.
It was kind of splitting the difference.
Yeah, I just didn't know how you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wondering how you came to that. If they're already getting 18, why not just set it at 18? But I understand your run. Thank you.
Representative Wood.
Now I forgot my question. Oh, yeah, the thing that Representative Dolph was asking about the small distilleries having the higher rate. I understand that transportation piece that you explained, but I guess I'm looking at the block that's on page 5 in your analysis. And you caught me off guard when you said that if the small distillery was going to sell a bottle from their premises to somebody who's taking it off premises, then they don't fall under this 22.75%. Did I understand that? Then they go to the 16%.
No, I don't know if I said that, then I'm very sorry. What I was trying to say is when they sell that bottle, they have to sell it at the price established by the State Liquor and Lottery Commission. So the price for that spirits bottle will be the same to the customer, whether they buy it from the craft distiller or they buy it from an agency liquor store. The retail price is set by the State Liquor and Lottery Commission. The difference is if this small distillery is selling it on its own premises, it didn't send the bottle through the system, then it gets the increased discount rate. So it's whenever it can self-distribute, that is when it gets the increased discount rate.
Right.
If that bottle is going to end up on an agency liquor store shelf though, then it's going to sell that bottle to the state at whatever price it chose for selling the bottle to the state, and the state will sell that bottle to the agency liquor store, and the agency liquor store will get the benefit of the discount rate for agency liquor stores, which is a whole range of rates depending on the bottle size and depending on whether the sales incentives have been met and things like that.
So if I can continue, I think I misunderstood maybe my own question. Because I've done this, I've gone into a tasting room, I've had a taste, and then I've said, I like this bottle of vodka. And I've purchased the bottle of vodka right there and taken it home. So what is that considered an on-premises sale because I bought it right there? Or I was taking it off premises?
So the liquor laws use on-premise and off-premises, I think differently than marijuana laws do.
Okay.
So the on-premise and off-premise designation is about where it will be consumed. So if it's an off-premises sale, that means it will be consumed not where you bought it.
Okay.
So that's going to be your Hannaford, which is an agency liquor store, or your small distillery if you bought it to take it home, or your Bow Street Market or somewhere else like that.
Yeah.
If it's an on-premises sale, then that will be your typical bar or restaurant where you're going to consume it right there.
Okay.
It's talking about where you consume it.
Okay. And now I have a really basic question. The state sets the retail price, you said. So let's say I've got this bottle of vodka and the retail price is set at $20. And under the current law, the state sells it to the agency store $20 less 12%, which would be $17.60. Am I understanding this correctly?
Sort of. So that's the minimum statutory discount rate. So that's right, except that there's no discount rate that low in Maine right now.
Right.
Right now, it's 14% is the rate for a product under $25, and 16% is if it's above $25. And then in addition, there are certain sales incentives that have been awarded over time, sometimes specific to the store and sometimes statewide if the statewide reaches a growth rate. And so the minimums have gone up over time. So
Right.
I believe we're now operating between 16 and 18%, but the people in the waiting room definitely know the answer to that question.
Right. And I was just using 12% as an example because we started off talking about 12%. And initially I was thinking the 12% was applied to the wholesale price, but now I have figured out that you actually start with the retail price and back down to the wholesale price with the percentages that we keep talking about, be it 16, 18, 22.75. Okay, so I just wanted to verify that I was thinking about it correctly now.
Good, Representative Wood?
Yes.
So I just want to tee this up a little bit so I make sure we get clear understanding. Then I think we ought to bring in folks from Bablow, from the department, or Ms. Trundy. So right now, currently, and I'm teeing this up for as much for me as I am for other members of the committee, the minimum discount rate is 12%. However, there are incentive programs based upon the product, premium, whatever, that go from 16, 14, 16, and a max right now through rulemaking is 18%. Representative Cazzo's amendment to this changes that 12 to 16. So in the current statute right now, or rulemaking, there's a 6% spread between 12 and 18 of the maximum that can happen with incentive programs. If I got that piece right? All right. So in Representative Chiazzo's amendment, we change it from 12 to 16%. However, that max is still at 18% through rulemaking. Janet?
So this is the only thing I would change. I would say that you can see the statutory minimum right now is 12, but nobody is that low.
Right.
So under the rules, the statutory minimum is 14 for the smallest size bottle. And I don't know if anybody even gets 14 because I think that the statewide sales incentives have been met a couple of times. So I don't even think we're at a minimum of 14 right now. But what you're saying is wherever you start, it can't be lower than 16 if you adopt Representative Chiazzo's proposed amendment, wherever you start. You are not saying where you end. If the Bureau wanted to say the maximum is 83%, they could. You're not prohibiting it by this statute. They have submitted testimony indicating that they wouldn't want to go that high, obviously, but nothing about this requires them to keep the 18% max.
That's right. So, but if we wanted to, again, originally there was that spread from 12 to 18, right? That you could do with the incentive programs. And all I'm trying to get to before we bring the department is that we're going to raise that minimum to 16. Should we consider maybe raising the maximum so that if sales are good and the incentive program, so that they don't just have that 2% gap that they're limited to. That's kind of where I'm headed. And before we call them in, let's bring Representative Chiazzo back in, please. Right there. He's got his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I think obviously the department should weigh into that. I can tell you that crafting the amendment, there was input from the grocers, had input, and understandably, that maybe if I can help with Representative Wood, that discount rate in essence represents profit, right? So the wholesale price is done somewhere else. The state sets the retail. That gap is where the profit is. So for the distilling piece, we wanted the distillers to we can justify giving them a higher profit because they're not utilizing the distribution system of Pine State. They're going from the back room to the front room. It would be silly to have them have to send it to the warehouse in Augusta and turn around and ship it back there and have to pay for that, right? So we allow them to have a bigger profit margin on the same retail price. In terms of the minimum discount and maximum discount rates, Bablo, and you should bring in Ms. Trunny to talk about that. They did a great job on the memo, I thought, of laying out different scenarios of us for different splits, and then walking us. They can walk us through again maybe what each one of those would have a different impact in terms of how much money went to the retailers and how much money went to the state. So that's kind of taking all that information is where I boiled it down to the 16% floor. We're not talking about ceiling. I'm just setting the floor. So we're raising the floor from 12 to 16 and then giving Bablo rulemaking authority and technical rules to go above that if they want. But definitely need to hear from I want the department to be able to kind of walk through that because they'll have the numbers for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Former Mr. Chair, if I could ask you a question, I'm hung up on this small distillery thing, because if I go into a place down on Commercial Street in Portland, into their tasting room, and I buy a bottle to take home, it has not had to be transported from Commercial Street in Portland to the Augusta Pine Tree warehouse and then back to an agency store. I'm
Correct.
picking up right there. So the transportation's not happening.
Correct.
So I'm confused.
Right. So that because of that, they get to keep 22.75% of that retail. So the bottle that you buy at the tasting room, let's say it's using your $20 example. It's $20 at the tasting room. It's $20 at Hannaford, right next door. Okay. When the distiller sells it to Hannaford, they only get the discount rate that everybody else gets. They don't get the special discount rate because they're utilizing the same services that other manufacturers are using, right? But when they don't utilize those services, because they don't, let's assume that it's at 16% at Hannaford, they actually get to keep 22.75% of it. So their profit margins are higher if they sell it at the distillery, because it doesn't, we can justify that by saying it doesn't enter the system. So those costs aren't incurred. So the distiller gets to keep that profit. We're giving them more of that profit, because the prices have to be the same no matter where you buy it in state. Does that help?
That does help, because that's what I thought, but I think I just misunderstood Janet. I apologize, because usually I understand everything you tell me. Because I thought that's where we got into the question I had about off premises versus on premises, that if I bought it on Commercial Street in a distillery and brought it home, I was using it off premises, therefore they wouldn't get the 22.75%. So I misunderstood. I apologize.
No, the 22.75% applies whenever the small distillery can self-distribute, when it doesn't send it through the system.
Okay.
Sometimes that's for on-premises sales. For example, you allow them to mix cocktails and drink there. So that 22.75% applies there. And sometimes it's for off-premises sales.
Okay.
Like when you brought it home.
Okay, thank you. I misunderstood, and now I'm clear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Representative Wood. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm understanding this a little bit. So I think the distillery, even the bottle they sell at the distillery belonged to the state at some point in time. In order for them to sell it, even though it never went to the state and came back to them, it's still this, because we're a control state and state owns all the alcohol. So they get the higher rate because, so their bottle that they sell in their store for the same price that Hannaford sells, they keep more of the profit versus when it goes to Hannaford. So when they sell it to the state at the rate they sell it to the state is basically that 16% minimum discount rate. Basically, they would keep, the state would, I don't know, maybe, I don't know if I'm explaining that right.
So so if you are a distillery, small distillery, large distillery, doesn't matter. You're selling your product to the state as the wholesaler. You set the price that you're selling the product to the state. Maybe the state doesn't like that price and you have to negotiate it. But that covers your overhead and some profits anyway. And that's where it ends. If you're a distillery out of state, you're just sending it to the system, and then it's going to go through agency stores and end up with consumers, and the state and the agency stores will split up whatever the difference is between the amount you sold it to the state at and the amount it gets sold to the customer at. The state and the agency liquor store split up those profits, and that's where the discount rates come in to say who gets what part of the pie, right? And the state has to pay some of it to Pine State for taking care of all these contracts. So that's general. If you are a distillery in Maine, a small distillery, you're still selling your product to the state, so you set that price, but now you're also the vendor. That's a difference than the ordinary model. And as a vendor, what's your profit rate going to be? And that's where they get the enhanced discount rate. And it's important to remember the way Representative Wood said it, it's a discount off the retail price. So you take the retail price, you back it up. The higher the discount rate, the more the profit, because it's the discount off the retail price that's going to be the charge. The state's going to charge the distillery here for buying its own bottle of spirits back before it can sell it to the customer. Because everything, you're right, technically gets sold to the state first. Even though that bottle never went anywhere, it was sold to the state and then sold back to the distillery.
Perfect. I think I understand it now. I'm kind of trying to put it in my own head the way that I do business, because I wholesale and I retail and I do all that. So I think for myself personally, I get it. I don't know if I could explain it to anybody else, but I get it.
Okay, and there is a handout on the committee orientation page that we went through in the first regular session. I believe it really was the first regular session, not the special one, that goes through an example, and it says, gives you the price of the bottle and who's getting what piece of what money. And it shows you an agency liquor store example and a small distillery example. And when I made that document, I consulted with Bevel and the Pine State lobbyist to make sure I wasn't getting any of it wrong. So that sample might help explain some of it too.
Okay, thank you, Janet. I don't have Representative Dolph. Before I call on you, I'd like to bring Anya Trundy in. I know she's in the waiting room and she's had her hand raised. So we've been talking a lot about the department. I'd just like to bring her in for a second here, and I will not forget about you, I promise. So I don't have control.
I'll bring her in, Senator.
All right, thank you. They only give me limited control. They know how dangerous it could be if I had complete control. So
I have the code, Senator.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add to the conversation because I think that there's some lack of clarity around what the current discount rate is. The discount rate in statute is 12%. That's the minimum discount rate. The effective discount rate that currently applies to all products is 18%. And that's because in rulemaking, we had a graduated incentive scheme that has been triggered several times. And so each time that was triggered based upon the business meeting certain performance requirements, the effective discount rate has gone up. And so the share of the profit that the retailers have received has increased with that discount rate. So the effective discount rate across the board currently is 18%.
Okay. Hang tight if you would. Oh, Janet.
Absolutely.
Before, please.
Wanted to ask a question because I've not been clear on this before. Sorry, I'm not really a committee member. But is that 18%? I understand that it's the effective rate now. Is that for both size products? So it's for every product, no matter the size, or is it 18 and 16 now?
It is 18% across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Dola.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I guess that's what I'm kind of stuck on is if we didn't have any incentives, the profit margin would only be right now 12%, or with this proposal, profit would only be at 16%. Is that correct? Because you're offering
that question for me?
incentives or promotion.
Okay.
Wait, I'm trying to figure out, because personally, I don't feel 16% is very much profit. And I'm worried that if there isn't incentives or promotions or however you get, like right now you're at 18%. I don't know how you got to that or how anybody gets to that. But if it's due to promotions or incentives or because of sales, so you can get to that, what happens if somebody doesn't get to that? They're back down to, with this proposal, only being 16%. But with the way it is now, they would only get 12%. Is that correct?
Okay, so I'm going to take this, I think, kind of in parts.
Okay.
So yes, if absent the incentives that are in rulemaking, the minimum discount rate would be the only thing that would apply. One thing to understand, though, about the incentive program is that it doesn't apply to retailers individually. It applies to retailers across the board. So if the sales objectives are met in order to satisfy the incentive scheme, then that discount rate is applied for all retailers. So if you have one retailer that is driving sales more than another retailer, it's the discount rate that is in effect is based upon the performance across all retailers collectively and the performance of the state's business. So there shouldn't be any
So
concern.
wait, can I stop
about-
you there?
Yeah.
So in that scenario, if little Bob's Quick Stop on the corner store has a small, liquor store in his store, he would still get the incentive rates?
Yes,
He
the
wouldn't be
incentive
back-
rate is given to every retailer in the state, regardless of their individual performance. It's based on the collective performance of the state's liquor business. And then in addition to that, the way that the rule is currently structured, there's nothing regressive about the incentive scheme. So once a higher discount rate has been reached, that higher discount rate stands. So we're currently at 18%. That's the ceiling of the current discount rate scheme, but there's no going backwards from that 18% in the existing rule.
Okay.
And our expectation is that with the new contract, that we will engage in new rulemaking based upon what the new minimum discount rate is, and establishing a new scheme for incentives going forward for the next 10-year or 13-year period per this legislation. It is not our intention at this point in time. We have no intention of going backwards from the 18%. So even if the 16% were what ends up as the minimum discount established in statute, we intend to start the discount rate at 18%. And so also if the committee wants to raise it from there to 18%, we would have no objection to that.
Okay,
Thank you for that. You answered the question. My other question though is there a cap on what percentage you can get to for an incentive rate? Janet's shaking her head.
Right now, that's what the 18%
now.
is.
You've got it up to, it's going to cap at 18. It can't go higher.
Right. Right now, it achieved its maximum in year 6 of the contract, and so it will hold at that maximum for the remaining years of the current contract.
All right. Representative Kaz, wait, I'll come back to you, Representative Doloff.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Representative Kazo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the discussion, right? So I want to level set. I want to just understand a couple of things. I know the average, and then this is where it gets a little confusing to me because we're throwing about a bunch of different percentages: average, high end, floor, ceilings, different price points, different everything else, right? What is I know right now statutorily the minimum discount rate is 12 on paper. What is the current effective minimal discount rate? You said 18, Ms. Trundy, was the average discount rate. Does that mean that the minimum discount rate now is at 18, or the minimum is at 16 and the maximum is at 20 somewhere and the average rate hits 18?
If it's all right with you guys, I would love to draw on Tim Poulin right now because he texted me about this and I'm not quite understanding what the text says. And so, but I think that is exactly the question that Tim can answer for you.
Let's bring Tim in for that then. Call a friend, we call that. We say.
Yeah, that's right.
Phone a friend.
I think yes, he's coming in.
If it would help, I do have the Spirits pricing rules, which have all these incentives and the discount rates set right in them. I'm happy to go through them. And then Tim can say where they've been changed over time to get to 18 if you want. It's up to you.
Janet, let's hang on to that just for a second, please. And let's just, because I'm curious as to what Tim wants to throw in here for the discussion piece.
Sure. So I was a history major in college. So let's start with a little history, if I might. So in 2013 in statute, before Section 90 was effective, the minimum discount rate was 8%. Okay. At the time, so this would have been during the main beverage years, during the lease period, the discount rates, it was a 3-tier system. So the statutory minimum was 8%. The tiers were 9, 10, and 12, based on the price point of the product. And so when this committee and the legislature back in 2013 added Section 90 to the law and then fixed the minimum discount rate, they set it at the highest discount rate available at the time, which was 12%. Okay. And so by the law that we're amending now in Section 606, we established a tiered system from the 12% to be 12 and 14. And so to answer, I think it was Representative Doloff's question, is if there had been no incentive plan in the last 7 years, the effective discount rates would have been 12 and 14%. But there is an incentive plan in place. And so the first time that was hit was at the end of fiscal year 15, and the discount rate went from 12 and 14 to 12.75% and 14.75%. And then again, it was hit at the end of fiscal year 17. And so the discount rates went up another 0.75% because that was what the level was. And so we went to 13.5 and 15.5. And then COVID happened. And the maximum discount rates for that year, which means the case growth was over 6%, 2.5% was added to each of those tiers, which took the top tier all the way to 18 and the second tier to 16. And then at the end of FY21, the second year of COVID, the top rate was maxed out, so no more incentive could be earned, but the bottom rate could be earned, and it went to 18%. And that's how we have gone from 8% minimum in statute to 12% minimum in statute to where we are today. And so I hope that helps understand how we achieved those discount rates, because we had an incentive plan in place that accomplished such. But again, the 12% minimum discount rate that's in statute now was the highest rate available that the Bureau was offering to a tiered system back in 2013.
Thank
and
you,
I hope
Jen.
that, if that's helpful.
Yeah, Representative Cazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Poulin. That is very helpful. I guess my question back to you is: so if I understand correctly, what you just went through is everybody now is at 18%. So there is no 16% minimum and 18% high. Everybody has parity at 18% now. So
That's
even
correct.
if we said, okay, so that was my error. I assumed that we were talking about a 16%. I'd heard that somewhere that the floor was 16% now. So the goal was just we know we're not going backwards, right? The goal was to start as the base from where we are right now. So my assumption was somewhere along the way, I picked that up, it was 16%. So if it's really 18%, then I certainly would be amenable to adjusting the proposed amendment to say 18% minimum. It should reflect where we're at right now. I just didn't want to, the goal of the amendment was not to increase it to a point that became unmanageable, if you will, or unacceptable to the department. And then maybe, I think what we need to talk about then is, from a philosophical standpoint, is the committee comfortable with locking in the status quo where we're at right now and understanding from the department how much gap we have that you can do incentives with for everybody? Or, do we want to go higher with the understanding that either there will be no incentives, that will be we'll be where we'll be. And then if we do go higher, what is that going to look like to the splits, which I think was part of the memo that we got from the department. Did that make sense at all, Mr. Poulin?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm willing to change that to 18 if that reflects where we're at now. I think that, to me, that would make sense. I just didn't want to go above and beyond where we were at. So apologize to the committee. I thought when we were talking minimum, 16 was the minimum and 18 was the max, or 18 was the average. So I'm happy to go to 18 if we're comfortable with that.
Very good. I'd like to ask either Mr. Poulin or Ms. Trundy, so if we do that, right, we go to the maximum of the 18, knowing that you don't have any room for any other incentives and that you do the maximum through the rulemaking, is there, based upon volume and what we're seeing, do you advise that we have an upper limit so that you have, as the agency, the ability to do those incentives? So you get some more room, so we're not just capped at the 18%?
Mr. Chair, I thought that the 18% would be the new minimum, and then there would be room for increased discount rates through incentive above and beyond that. And I think that's the understanding that we have been operating from.
And where Representative Chiazzo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with that. I guess my question is, based on the memo that we got from the department, it looked clear to me that we were at a ceiling where we wouldn't go beyond, just from a policy standpoint. Yes, it's the department's authority under rulemaking, but they wouldn't go beyond 18 or 20% because that would tip the balance in terms of revenue generating for the state. So maybe can you address from the department's perspective, from a policy standpoint, where would you, if we set the minimum, we set the floor, where are you likely to set that ceiling through rulemaking? Will it vary over 10 years, or are you going to be like, we can't go beyond 20 because that tips the balance at that point, so we would never get to 20 or beyond? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So looking back at the information that we have provided the committee previously, in the memo that we provided, I think about a month ago, the Grocers Association had proposed 20% across the board as the minimum. What that looked like when you projected it out, starting at the outset of the new contract, is that would be a profit split between the state of 51% to the state and 49% in retailer commission. And so obviously you go much beyond that and you tip the scale to where the state no longer has a majority interest in the state's liquor business. We do think that we've got headroom enough where the Grocers Association has also said that they'd like to see a tiered incentive plan, that if we institute a tiered incentive plan to that we've got room to play in and around that 20%. It is definitely going to be true that where there's been a lot of growth in the last 10 years, we're kind of at a point where the curve is leveling off a little bit or a lot. And things are going to, that level of growth is probably not going to be seen over the course of the next 10-year period. So I think what we would be looking at within the headroom that we have here is that the incentives they'd be smaller percentage increases when the sales objectives are met, and that there's less room overall in total. I mean, we went from 12% to 18% in the course of the last 10 years. And so I don't think we're going to see, we're not going to set anything up to make a jump like that, but there's still a little bit of room to play.
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, so I appreciate that. I think that's maybe where we're struggling with, or I'm struggling with a little bit, is I think, if we can, the incentives can even be basis points at some point. The question is do they really mean anything after a certain point? If we know that 20% is probably going to be the cap, that where we see that split that the department's most likely not going to go beyond, then the question then becomes, do we set that 20% at statute and say it is what it is and there are no incentive programs anymore? Or do we set it at 16 or 18 and say now the department has flexibility over the next 10 years to increase that 2% based on sales volumes or whatever it is you determine. At some point, you're going to have, from a retail perspective, diminishing returns, right? If they're going to put more effort into it for a quarter or percentage increase in they're going to decide that maybe it's not worth it, right? And not that. My question is as a committee, do we want to put that in statute and cap it and say that's it, 20%, and we can't go any higher? And then there's no incentive programs? Or do we want to keep it at 18 where it's currently at and say, with the understanding that we know over the next 10 years that the department's got about 2% to play with overall, and they'll determine if and when that next 2% comes in based on whatever incentive program they have. Is that a fair assessment, Ms. Trundy?
I think that that's a fair assessment. Our preference would be to have the flexibility, because particularly if we set up a system that is tiered, we might have a little bit of flexibility to go above 20% in one of those tiers if we hold another tier at a lower percentage. And I think that, we're in the preliminary stages of looking at the incentives, and this is something that we, we'll be coming back to the committee to talk about in the future. And, we need to talk to stakeholders about as well. But I think in terms of business objectives, we would prefer to have a little bit of flexibility, at least during this 10-year period coming up. Do I anticipate that when we're looking at the next 10-year period in 2030 for 2034 that we may really have hit the ceiling? Perhaps, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Some other thoughts or comments from committee members? Go ahead. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know why, but I'm so focused on these small distilleries. So no matter what number we end up with, we're going to end up with a number higher than where we started this contract 12 years ago at 12%. But as much as I can tell, and from looking at all the papers we have, the small distilleries were at 22.75 and they're going to stay at 22.75. Is that correct? Yes, I see Janet nodding her head. So I'm just wondering if that was discussed at all. If we're moving everybody else's percentage up, the small distilleries are small businesses in the state who were definitely impacted by the pandemic. If we should be looking at raising the percentage that they're able to get on their products. So I guess my question is, was that looked at all?
I can respond to that, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, so I think if my understanding is that 2275 is not an arbitrary number. It's 18% plus in essence the administrative cost for Pine State, which we determined at like 5%. So if the base discount rate goes to 20%, then in theory, and this could be done through rulemaking, I believe, and I'm looking at Ms. Trundy, I believe what we could do is say, then there would be a corresponding increase in that craft distiller's discount rate, because in essence, it's the regular discount rate plus the administrative costs for Pine State. And I think the reason we did that, and you know what, we don't need to get into the reasons why we did that. I think there was some questions about legality that we were trying to give special privileges to distillers because they were Maine-based, and we could justify it by saying, no, it's actually removing the administrative costs that they would be exposed to if they went through the system. So I don't know, Ms. Trundy, if that's something that you could do through rulemaking, or if we would need another. I mean, we do statutes all the time, right? If we get to a point where the discount rate went to 20%, that the regular discount rate went to 20%, another bill could come back here requesting the distiller's discount rate to go to 25%. right? Or something along those lines if we wanted to.
Representative Kinney, I'm going to have you hang on just 1 second because I see Janet's got her hand raised.
I just want to point out that right now, the way that the current law is written and your proposed amendment doesn't alter this aspect of it, is that the current law allows the Bureau to make rates above the 12%, that's statutory minimum for agency liquor stores. It sets the 22.75% for small distilleries and does not allow changes through rulemaking. You could easily add that to this proposed amendment, but it's just not the way the law or your proposed amendment is currently written.
Thank you for that clarification, Janet. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I think I've got this figured out with how the discount rate works. And I'm going to use my maple syrup as an example because that's what works for me. I like to use my maple syrup as an example in this committee. So I sell my maple syrup to a wholesale account, and I've set a price. I've come up with a price that my wholesale customer is going to buy it at that price. In this case, I'm the alcohol, the distiller, whether I'm small or large or out of country, in country, whatever. I sell it to the state of Maine at a set price to the state of Maine. The state of Maine has costs when they turn around and sell it to the agency liquor stores because they have to go through Pine State and so forth. So they have to make a little bit off of that. So let's I'm just going to throw some numbers out there. Let's say the state buys it at a 30% off the retail price. And that may be way off. I'm just using some round numbers. So when they've got some costs that are going to be associated. We have the Bureau of Bablo, that there's employees that need to be paid, and they have to be paid based on what they're making from this product. So there is the discount rate they turn around and give to the agency liquor stores is going to have to be a little bit smaller than the discount rate that the state is paying to the producer. And so because the agency liquor stores don't have the option to go above the state maximum price on the bottle, they have to come up with this agreement with the agency liquor stores, with the grocers, that is still going to work for them to be able to have some of their costs be covered by their price. So I think that's what I'm understanding. So when the agency liquor store buys it from the state, they're not paying retail for it. They pay at this time, 18% below retail, which is not a huge markup for them, but that's their markup. That's the markup they get to have in the store. Am I understanding that correctly? Did that make sense to anybody? I don't know. Maybe if you're not in that kind of business on a regular basis, it doesn't make as much sense.
Was that question directed to somebody?
Well, no, I guess, I'm talking it through. It's work session. I don't have to ask a question.
No, okay, you're good.
Well,
I was waiting to see if he was going to get a response is all. I think you got it.
I was more trying to help, I don't know, give another perspective on it, on how how the pricing is working, because it's making sense to me now.
Good. Looking for some other comments. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think, and I'm going to try and oversimplify this, and I always get in trouble every single time I do it. I think the question before this committee in regards to this amendment is, do we want to set the minimal discount rate at where it's at now at 18%, with an understanding that the department has some margin to develop incentive schemes to increase that number? Or do we want as a committee to try and set that minimum rate to be another number, in which case the department is likely to not have incentives, and that will lock that number in for the next 10 years of the contract? So I would, does that sound, it's oversimplified, Ms. Trundy, I know that, but in a nutshell, is that kind of really where we're talking about?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So I would like to suggest, Mr. Chair, and I try to take input from all kinds of other people as well. So I know Ms. Cummings is in the room also. Before we as a committee settle on what we think that should be, my next question to Ms. Trundy would be, and I think we should bring her in to let her give her perspective. Is for Ms. Trundy, on that memo that we got a couple months ago that we had referenced earlier.
Yep.
I just want to make sure that did you want to walk us through those numbers at all, or are you comfortable with just kind of letting it stand on its merits right now?
I can certainly walk you through those if, and maybe Janet wants to put it up on the screen. I'm not sure if everybody has easy access to it.
Have it ready just in case.
I would, if you, at the chair's discretion, Mr. Chair, I'd like to put that up and then have Ms. Trundy kind of walk us through those scenarios, because obviously we're going to be adjusting the discount rate from the 16% in the proposed amendment, and I'd like us to have an understanding of what that impact would be, depending on what percentage that we agree to as a committee. So, with your discretion, Mr. Chair.
So let's do this. Let's go through that memo real quick. We got Ms. Cummings in here, so let's do the memo first, because I do think it's important that members of the committee realize that us changing these percentages and the impact that has. So if we could call that up, Janet, and share that memo, and Anya could run us through it.
That's great. So I'm going to start here. This table is really kind of what distilled for us the decision point that we are at this moment in time. So what you'll see is across the top, we have FY21 actuals, and then we have a projection for FY25 and FY34. So the beginning of the new contract and towards the end of the new contract. What we've looked at here is the split between state profit and retailer commissions. So when we're looking at, and this is with 18% applied. So in FY21 actuals, so that split is currently 61.78 million and 44.15 million. And it's a split of 58-42. That's where we stand currently. If you were to apply the 20% to that overall, and then also that included the proposal also had a 25% for main distilled spirits. For FY21, what that would look like is 57 million approximately in state profit and 54.61 million in retailer commissions. And so you can see there that if you change that, it makes the split 51-49 between the state and the retailers. And you can see that you look out across the FY25 and FY34 projections that you're holding pretty close to that 51-49 split there. Janet, if I can have you scroll down just a little bit, right there. And then so this is more for the historical perspective. So this is starting out at the outset of the spirits contract that's current. So you can see the growth overall from FY15 to FY21 in state profit and also in retailer commissions. And it shows that as those discount rates have increased from where they started at 12% now to where they are at 18%, how that has changed the share of the business between the state and the retailers. So it started out where it was 68% to the state, 32% to the retailers. Now we're at 58-42. And I think that's where I'll leave it. I don't think there's much more.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
So I would like to call on Miss Cummings, who's been listening to this conversation back and forth and is one of the interested parties in this. just kind of give you an opportunity to address the committee and share your thoughts.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, members of the committee. We really appreciate the amount of time you've given this really important topic for our agency store partners. And so with that being said, had a lot of back and forth conversation amongst our subcommittee members and our members this morning. And we do feel comfortable with the 18% statutory floor as the minimum, recognizing that this is indeed a partnership. We say that recognizing that it's a good faith effort in the rulemaking process to come that will continue to ensure growth. And so we say that with the preference of no maximum, no cap, but that does ensure that the 18% achieved by industry is the new floor moving forward. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Cummings? Oh, of course. Representing Cazzo. Yes, you do. No, I meant that in a good way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Ms. Cummings on the record for getting me that information last night, and I apologize I did not respond when I got it. And I know things fly fast and furious, so I very much appreciate that feedback and getting that information. I want to acknowledge that you followed through, and I appreciate that. And I definitely appreciate the compromise and working together, because I think it is a partnership, and I think it's been very successful for everybody over the past 10 years, and we want to continue to move that forward. So I appreciate that, and as I said before, happy to amend the amendment, if you will, for 18% if that's where the committee wants to go. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Any other thoughts or comments on the amendment that Representative Cazzo put forward? Senator Craig Hickman is back in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to blank out again, but I just wanted to make sure I heard correctly, because I just came back in, that Christine Cummings, your group is okay with a compromise of 18% as the floor in statute versus 20%? Is that what I think I heard?
That is correct. We had a valiant effort trying to get to the 20%, recognizing that it is keeping pace, but we also want to be respectful of where the partnership has gotten us to date. And if the 18% can be the minimum, recognizing that's what we've achieved, we're comfortable moving forward with hope that, we'll continue to grow with the rules that will come out of rulemaking.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
clarification.
Any other questions? Ms. Trundy. Oh, you're muted.
Apologies for that. I just have a minor thing that I wanted to raise. In section B 4C, there is language that refers to the contract being awarded in 2024. It may be awarded before 2024. It may actually be effectively awarded in 2023. So it may just be a quick change from awarded in 2024 to for 2024. I just didn't, I know that that's going to affect our rulemaking, so.
Mr. Cornett, just while we have you here, one of the questions I had about, besides this language and what we're trying to do with 1750, obviously, when the RFP is finalized and goes out, we'll all have access to it because it will be a public document, out for bid. Will the committee have a heads up or a time frame of when that happens, so that we know that that's, following when that RFP is actually going to hit the street?
So there are certainly concerns that we have to take into account from a procurement perspective about how much we are saying during the drafting process, but I'll let the Division of Procurement Services be my guide, but to the greatest extent possible, I pledge to communicate with the committee about the progress of the RFP and the contract award.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I believe that Representative Chiazzo is going to has raised his hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be remiss if I did not mention we have been having discussions around low alcohol spirits, and I think it's a conversation, and I want to make sure Babylon's in here when we're talking about that. It's a discussion I think that requires further commitment on our part, and I know that you as the good senator have been in front of those efforts. So I'd like to suggest that maybe as a committee we put some unallocated language in this vehicle that requires a stakeholder meeting or a group to gather between now and the next regular session of the 131st to come up with some coalesce around some ideas regarding low alcohol spirits. So I don't know what that language looks like. I would actually defer to you, Mr. Chair, for language that would be amenable to the parties in terms of how often they meet, who meets, and what the outcome of that would be, with obviously some kind of report back to the committee where we could discuss legislation if we wanted to, or propose legislation if we wanted to.
Thank you, Representative. I have a comment on that. I see Senator Hickman has his hand raised, so I'd like to ask him if he wants to comment before I respond to that.
I would like for you to respond to that. I just wanted to be aware that Mr. Dave McConnell is interested in talking to us from Three of Strong Spirits, which is one of our small craft distilleries in the state of Maine.
Let's bring him in and give him the opportunity to share his thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm looking. There's Mr. McConnell. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Farron, and thank you, Senator Hickman and Representative Caius, members of the committee. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on the discount rate differences and the different discount rate for a small distillery. And I think it's been pretty much discussed. So as someone said, yes, we sell our product to the state and then we buy it back from the state and sell it from the distillery. So that higher discount rate is intended to reflect the fact that it's we're not using for what we sell out of our tasting rooms. Small distilleries aren't using the taking full advantage of sort of the Pine State distribution system. So, and just to give an example as to what the difference looks like. So for example, one of our products will sell each bottle to the state for $21.83. We buy it back for $29.35. So far, not such a great business deal, but then we have the opportunity to sell it for $37.99 in our tasting room. Hannaford, on the other hand, when they buy the bottle or any other agency store would buy it from the state at $31.15. So they're paying in effect another, $1.80 to reflect that, that administrative cost difference. And one thing that the committee could consider, again, to sort of reflect that float or that differentiation. I wasn't around for the negotiations for what was the right number, but you could tie that number, it seems to me, if you wanted to, without saying it's 22.75%, you could just say it is, 5% or 4.75% or whatever percentage point seems appropriate to reflect the administrative cost, and just simply say that whatever the effective rate is for agency stores, that for small distilleries, it'll be X percentage higher than that. And that way, you won't have to come back with specific legislation to tweak that small distiller percentage. I just wanted to throw that out there. And also to make a pitch that if there is a working group for low alcohol spirits, I know that members of the Guild would, love to be involved in those conversations as well. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. I don't know if the department has any thoughts on that, or from the standpoint of how the small distilleries are done with a 22.75% right now, or if there are any issues. Nope. All right. How about the oh, right there. There you are, Anya.
Sorry, I just wasn't quick enough on the unmute. The thing that I would add to that is that the small distilleries do also that they pay a lower markup, or there is a lower markup applied to those spirits than what is applied to spirits coming to us from larger out-of-state distillers. So there is another piece in the equation as well already.
Okay, thank you. Concerning Representative Cazzo's comment about ABV, I'll just say, we have had a couple of meetings and talked about that, and the department has been pretty clear about their concerns and where we are right now. And I think that there are some discussions that could be had with this working group, specifically around ready to mix, container sizes, what the actual percentage is. So I would welcome some unallocated language that we could put in there to bring a shareholders meeting group together, so that, because it could really have some impact on the liquor contract that does go out in 23. So I'd need a little bit of time, a day. I know we don't have a lot of time, but a day or so to be able to work on that language and get some input from some folks that are here and some that are listening on who would be part of that stakeholders group. And I welcome that and thank you. Mr. Representative Cazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess in light of that, I'm ready to make a motion if the committee is up for it. I'll move on to pass as amended, with the base rate, minimum discount rate being changed to 18%, and with unallocated language to be set forth for us to look at before language review, or for language review, I should say.
Representative Wood.
I'm sure I'm not doing this correctly, but in addition to your amendment on the two things you just mentioned, Chris, I wanted to also include something about the small distillery percentage, because what I heard from Janet is it is at 22.75, and that's where it stays, and it's not subject to rulemaking. So is there a way that we can add to the amendment that rulemaking applies to that?
Hang on to that question for 1 second. Let's go to Representative Cazzo, because I think he's got a thought on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think I appreciate the spirit of it. I think I've heard from the department that what we've all heard today was, I think we're going to hit that 20% ceiling at some point. And there's other factors in that, we simplified it, and that's what happens when we oversimplified it, was the discount rate plus 5% for admin costs. I'm sure there's other factors and stuff that go into it based on bottle sizes and things like that. So I was hesitant to get too far into the weeds on this, because it's just setting the RFP rate for the new contract. So I would prefer, I think there's enough wiggle room now, because 18 really just establishes where we're at right now. It doesn't mean we can't go higher later on. And it doesn't mean that we can't do other legislation later on. If that minimum discount rate should go up, we can address the craft, the small distillers in Maine, and we should address that for parity. I just think that might be a little bit of a more complex discussion than we're ready to have in the next 5 days. But I also, if there's a way, Janet, that we can do it, have it go to rulemaking and put that in the department's hands, if they're comfortable with that, I'm happy to do that as well. I'm hesitant locking it in now without knowing what feeds into it and what the consequences would be if we did that. That's all.
Mr. Chair, if I could just follow up.
Yes.
So what you said makes sense to me, Representative Piazza. I just want to make sure, because I thought I heard at one point that that rate was sort of locked in, and I want to make sure it's not locked, that we will have the ability over the timeline of the contract to make changes to that. That's all I'm looking for. I'm not saying we need to change the number today. I just want the ability for that to happen as time goes by in this contract.
So a question on the table right now is to Janet, who has her hand raised, whether we could do that with rulemaking as far as that flexibility.
So right now, just to remind you, in the agency liquor store discount rate, it says this is the minimum, and the Bureau can establish graduated rates, above that. And it gives authority, and it says to do that by rule if it wants to. And it has taken that on and done so. And then for the small distilleries, it just says this is the rate. You could add language to say that the Bureau can increase that through rulemaking. You might want to give it some kind of parameters. One parameter could be taking into consideration whatever the discount rate is for the agency stores under the other subsection. That's an example of a parameter you could give. As far as it being locked in, what I mean is it's in statute. There isn't a provision about rulemaking, but every statute can always be amended by the legislature at any point. No matter how many spirits contracts are entered by the administration, you're the legislature, you can amend the statute when you want.
Thank you, Janet. And the second question on the table is, how does the department feel about that? As far as being able to have that rulemaking capability on the small distilleries.
I think that it's something that we haven't considered until today. And so, in all fairness, I don't have a strong articulated opinion from the Bureau on it at this point.
No problem. And no intent to put you on the spot at all. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll second the motion.
All right. So right now we have a motion on the table, on the floor, to change the amendment from 16 to 18% and adding unallocated language to be forthcoming to establish a stakeholders meeting to talk about ABV. That's what we have in front of us right now. Representative McCray, discussion. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to ask you, the stakeholder type meeting, are you thinking of a something that would require a study table visit or not? Because I don't, okay.
No, I think it's a chance sometime between now and the time that the contract goes out and back in, just so that we have those formal discussions and have people at the table.
Good. That's what I was hoping. Thank you.
Keeping it simple. All right. So we have a motion on the floor. Any other comments? Any other concerns? Then let's move to a vote. Karen. There she is. No. Hey, Karen. We can't hear you, or I can't hear you. I'm not going to sing and dance to buy time, just so
Can you
you
hear
know.
me now?
Now we can. Perfect.
I hit my button, sorry. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mearmont.
Yay.
Senator Mearmont, yay. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika. I can come back to Representative Supika. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
I can't, oh, there you are. Representative Dolph, yes. Representative Supika? Representative Supika, absent. 9 having voted in favor of the motion, 0 members voting against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Karen. And with that, we'll close the work session on LD 1750, and I will graciously pass the gavel back over.
Thank you.
Gotta have props once in a while.
Thank you. Thank you. Great job. Thank you for filling in. The housing day is on a break. So I decided to come back and just participate. I don't know if we have any language reviews that we could look at before we break and come back at 3 o'clock for our joint public hearing with AFA on the budget. Chairman Chiazzo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to mention we do have to have a committee discussion, or I would like to have a committee discussion, I apologize, around the committee's position on 585 in front of us for judiciary. So I don't, if we have language review, that should take precedence, of course, but if not, before we break, before AFA, it'd be nice to try and have some kind of conversation around that.
So thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. We do not have any language reviews at this time. I saw Janet shake her head. And so the discussion you'd like to have is the committee going to take a unanimous position on the sports betting provision in LD 585 or not? Because the work session, the first work session on that bill will be Thursday morning, I believe. No? What is it, Janet?
Tomorrow at 9:30.
Oh, it's tomorrow, Tuesday morning. That's what I thought. I said Tuesday earlier, and then we said Thursday. So it's tomorrow morning at 9:30. And so I guess we have been invited to participate. The chairs and leads have been invited, but the committee has been invited through the chairs and leads. That's why we got the response to our letter from them directed at us who wrote it and signed it, but it's on behalf of the committee. So all of us are invited and should have received an invitation to a link to register to participate or to attend the work session on the bill. We have offered our expertise so that we're there, and maybe we will be included in the work session in an official capacity to answer any questions that those committee members may have from any of us about the issue. And so I think Chairman Chiazzo is wondering if we're going to take a position as a committee, but it would have to be unanimous. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember when we took the vote on this on 1352 last year, it was divided, I believe, 3 ways.
4.
4 ways. Okay. I missed one of them in my mind. I know that I was on the second report, and I would absolutely support the majority report if we could make a compromise with LD 585, somehow either getting the language of 1352 into LD 585 or convincing those working on LD 585 to eliminate the part about gaming from that bill. So for me, I would be willing to go to the majority report on that, on the bill that we had passed out of this committee to move towards a unanimous position.
Would anyone else like to weigh in on where they might be regarding 1352 vis-a-vis the recommendation in LD 585, which is everyone has not seen, I believe. Janet, can you tell us it would give? Janet, please tell us what it would do, just so we know what we're talking about here. I don't want to misrepresent what the proposal is in LD 585. And I know you know, because you've been working on it diligently with the Judiciary Committee.
Was not expecting this, and because I can't use my office because I share it when I'm zooming in, I don't have the folder, but I can call up the bill analysis and just kind of summarize for you what it does. If you give me 1 second.
That'd be great. I do think that we should just, since we're having this discussion, we may as well look at the bill analysis from the committee file, put it up on screen, and then all of us know.
So I'm fine doing that, but and the Judiciary Committee has it, but it's never been formally presented to them, so it feels a little weird.
Oh, I see.
They've been given it, but I'm just gonna look at it and just
great.
remind myself of what to tell you.
That works as well. Thank you very much. We cannot encroach on the territory of any other committee's work.
So I'll just point out the differences and assume we all pretty much remember what sports betting does and all the different pieces, facility versus mobile operators, et cetera, and so forth. And I'll just highlight for you the differences. Under your 1352 majority amendment, as far as being a facility operator, it would be a commercial track, an OTB that's licensed before January 1st of 2021, a casino or a slot machine facility, or a federally recognized Indian tribe in the state. Under the proposed amendment to LD 585, it would just be off-track betting facilities, and it would cover the ones in Waterville, Sanford, Lewiston, Brunswick, and Scarborough. It doesn't cover the one in Bangor, although I believe there's some possibility that the Judiciary Committee, like people have been talking about, would that be expanded to that? That's the kind of question that was raised at the public hearing. So I imagine that question is going to come up tomorrow. Can't be sure. But no more than 7 total facility license would be issued. So I think that gives leeway. If there's a new OTB in the future, it could get a license, but once you got to 7, that's where you'd be capped out. There wouldn't be any more facility licenses. The biggest difference that I'm aware of that's caused people on this committee to be concerned is about the mobile operator licenses. Although I could be wrong, that's my understanding. So again, on your version of 1352, it's the same entities, the commercial tracks, the OTBs before January 1st, 2021, casinos, and federally recognized Indian tribes all have the ability to get a mobile sports wagering license. Under the proposed 585 amendment in the Judiciary Committee, it would just be the federally recognized Indian tribes who could each get 1 mobile operator license. Did you want me to stop for questions?
I would appreciate you stopping for questions if there are any, because I think that that is the crux of the big difference between 1352 and 585, that the mobile operating licenses would only be available to the tribes under 585 and to no one else. So I think that that's as far as we need to go. We can get the rest of the bill analysis tomorrow if we show up. Representative Doloff.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't like the gaming part in 585. We've heard it for quite a few years at VLA, and they didn't like the results, I feel. This is my opinion. So they've taken another avenue to be able to get, because they can, right? They have some gaming options that they can use and do use. But also in this bill, I don't really know, because I'm reading the summary on the criminal justice part of 585. And I'm not sure, and Janet, you can clarify this, because at one time I remember it being, say if I was on their land, I did something wrong, they arrested me, my regular laws would not cover me. It would be their Indian laws only. Is that correct?
So there's 2 things that make that complicated.
Is that what I'm reading in this?
Right, there's 2 things that make it complicated. First of all, that's the summary to LD 1626, which is the larger tribal sovereignty bill. And that's the one line in the summary as the bill is printed that's wrong, that doesn't reflect the text of LD 1626. So you just found that one little piece, didn't you? So I know.
Well, I looked at 585.
I know we're talking about 585, but I just want to be clear in the 1626 summary, it borrows language. I think that was put together by using the old bill 2094 and the 129. And that's what the old bill did, is it allowed the tribes to make their own criminal laws. But the current version in 1626 keeps the language in current law that says when the tribal courts have jurisdiction over crimes, they're deemed to be enforcing tribal law, but the laws they're actually enforcing are defined by state law. So it's the state law crimes and penalty. So, but 585 just has three parts. It has a tribal state collaboration piece, which is part A of that bill. It has tax. Well, it's the proposed amendment. It has tax pieces, which are lots of parts because they're broken out by sales tax versus income tax versus a purposes provision, a rulemaking. They're all in separate parts. And then I and J are sports betting. I would be a statement of purpose. So it doesn't actually have statutory language, but it just says legislative purpose for why the different entities were picked to have the licenses. And then J is the actual text, which is based on 1352, but changed in certain places. And two of the biggest places are who gets the facility license. It switches from the 4 different possible groups to only OTBs. And then the other biggest change I thought that this committee was interested in, it sounds like I was right, was the change for who can get the mobile license from the 4 possible types of entities to just the federally recognized Indian tribes, each being able to get 1 license. There are other minor changes here and there, but those were the ones that I thought you were most focused on. I think the only other one that you might be, because of the discussion that this committee had before, the only other change that might be of big interest to people is the tax rate. So in your 1352, you have a 10% tax rate on in-person wagers and a 16% tax rate on mobile. The 585 proposed amendment has a 10% tax rate on both, but it doesn't reduce any money that would go to all of the agricultural and harness racing interests. The reduction in that 6% from 10 to 16 is in the general fund share. But the harness racing folks and everybody else gets the same percentage of each mobile sports bet as it would under your provision. The general fund gets less money.
I just have one more quick question,
Yes, you may proceed.
if I may.
Yes, you may.
In their bill on gaming, there was issues with them not having to pay the fees that other brick and mortar buildings or whatever had to pay. Is that any part of this, their gaming bill in this aspect?
So the fees are different only because they switch from, let me just double check so I'm not saying wrong yet. So under your version of the bill, it's 2-year licenses. So that's 1352. Under the amendment to 585, it's 4-year licenses. And because of that, all of the fees are doubled because it goes from a 2-year term to a 4-year term, but the license fees are the same.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So listen, folks, I'm sure you've heard a lot about this bill and how things have gone. And what I've tried to stay focused on is the process. Regardless, this isn't, in my opinion, this isn't about how you feel about how the tribes have been treated. It's not about whether you believe in gambling or not. It's about the process. VLA worked through years and compromise and stakeholders and everything else to come to 1352, where even our former chair didn't agree with the majority report. God bless him. But we went through that and we passed it in the House and in the Senate and sent it to the appropriations table. What has really got under my skin is how, to my knowledge, no member from VLA was brought into these discussions. We did not have a seat at the table talking about this. and it was dumped onto a bill and into a committee that has none of the experience, none of the expertise, other than Janet being there. God, they'd probably be lost without that, and they should be very thankful to have that piece of it. It'd be like, we get in the bill about, criminal statutes, and I deal with on transportation. When we pass a law and it has to do with penalties, we ship it off to judiciary or to criminal justice to get the experts that deal with that every day to pick those pieces up. And I'm more upset as a elected representative of the people of Somerset County that our process that I think believes it works. We don't always like the outcome, but it works. We have these joint committees with both the House and the Senate, and we do just look at what just happened on 1750. Right. And that's because we got people that know what's going on and what we're talking about. So I've tried to keep this totally separate about the tribes or how you feel about gambling. It's about the process and what we have in place in the Maine legislature on how we are supposed to hear and process bills. And something that took us years to get through and to get everybody around to have it one work session. They got to move it quickly. There's no way that good work can be done, in my opinion. And therefore, I am 100% behind us supporting what the work we did in 1352 and moving that forward and leaving the rest of it. Taxation can worry about their piece. Criminal justice can worry about their piece, and just have them strip that portion out of that bill and refer to 1352. That's my soapbox, and that's where I'm at with the whole thing.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Piazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Janet was waving her hand, so I'll defer.
Oh,
I just want to be clear that they have a fabulous analyst, Peggy Reinsch, and she would have been just fine.
I'm sure.
Yeah, so I thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I shouldn't say probably, we may have disagreements on this committee about the tribal sovereignty piece and how those details work and whether that should pass or not, and that's okay. That's how it works. I tend to lean with Senator Farron on the fact that, but we do have a process. We have a due process, and my concern is that, nobody's broken any laws. No one's done anything illegal. I mean, it's the system that we have. It's just, I want to make sure that the work that this committee has done is respected. And to be respected, I think it needs to go through to the end process. Our bill 1352, and I call it our bill because it came out of this committee. It went under the hammer in the House and it passed the Senate. And it's sitting on the appropriations table. And we can speculate and pontificate about why that happened, but that's the reality of it. I just think that this is an opportunity for us, and I don't want to trample all over judiciary's turf. They didn't ask for the bill like this. They're just like we are. They were the committee it was referred to, and they are doing absolutely their best that they can to process through it. So I would support the motion of just asking them to exclude gaming from 585 as one option. The second option would be to do a strike and replace of I and J with the language of 1352. So maybe, Mr. Chair, we could do a straw poll on each to see where it's at, with the full understanding that any letter that comes out of this committee needs to be unanimous. If one of us objects to it, then rightfully so. Then we all can put our opinions in individually, however we want. But I just want to make sure if I'm called upon to give an opinion in the Judiciary Committee on behalf of the VLA Committee, I want to understand that we're speaking for all of us, not just my personal opinion. And that's kind of why I requested this, to see if we can speak together as a committee. So
completely understand that. Representative Chiazzo, just two things to say about the posture of LD 1352 for the record. 1352 was passed to be engrossed by the House and passed to be enacted by the House. It has a fiscal note on it. Yes, it's positive revenue. So in the Senate, the bill was passed to be engrossed, but it has not been passed to be enacted, because when we refer things in the Senate to the appropriations table, it is pending enactment. So technically the bill has only been passed to be engrossed in the Senate. It has not been passed to be enacted. And that's just for anybody listening. The second point that I will make is that the Judiciary Committee's oversight, its jurisdiction, includes all matters tribal. And so because of that, any issue that is germane to the tribes can be considered by the Judiciary Committee, whether or not it has any overlap with any other committee's jurisdiction. And that's also important to say, because there are bills where we might, even in our committee, amend a title of law that is not really our oversight to amend, but we can still amend it. And sometimes we will certainly ask for the committee that looks at that part of statute to sort of weigh in on what we're doing, which is exactly what the Judiciary Committee has done here. They have asked us to be a part of their process, since they know we have angst about the fact that they are doing something. Their committee members have angst about the fact that they are considering something that they have no expertise over. That's why we're being invited to go. So I just wanted to clear that up for anyone listening, not to say how we'll represent ourselves as a committee or not. And with that, I recognize Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I absolutely respect what Senator Farron was saying about process and frustration. My angst is that our work on 1352 for me was very important around the fairness issue. And then we also had the other bill that was vetoed that I can't remember the number of, but affected the tribal
gaming.
What was it, Janet? What number was it?
54 was tribal gaming.
Do you know them all by heart?
Only sometimes.
So for me, about fairness. So I do struggle with outcome. Though again, what Senator Farron said about process, I fully understand, and but the meat of it is, if 1352 doesn't go anywhere, that bill did, I think, reached a fair conclusion. And yes, we had a 4-way report, but boy, did we work hard on it. And it's not through the finish line. And my concern is if it isn't going to be through the finish line. And if I don't think it's fair to that all of it would be for the tribes either, which is what 585 would do, as I understand it. But I'm in a dilemma. I want fairness for the tribes, and so I'm hesitant to support stripping it out, because what I really want is 1352, and the other parts of 554 are just fine with me. So that's where I am. So not sure what to do with that, but that's where I am.
So it sounds, Representative McCray, like if the Judiciary Committee considered the totality of 1352 and inserted that into LD 555 instead of the provisions that are in 555 regarding this issue, you would be more inclined to support that particular process because it includes all of the majority report of our process. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. Nothing's perfect.
Correct.
But I think that is a fair option to me. I don't want to do something that's going to kill the rest of it. So thank you for nodding. Representative Chiasso, because it's a dilemma.
It
But
is.
that's I would be more comfortable with that, but I understand. I appreciate Representative Kinney's suggestion too about that that might be an option that we have. So thanks.
Anyone else? So of course, my position on it is a little quirky. I have been opposed to sports betting, legalizing it, not necessarily that it happens, I can't control that, but recognizing it in the law and taxing it means that we are acknowledging the legitimacy of it. I just have had a problem with that. That being said, it has come to me in these last couple of weeks that there was an idea floated at the end of the veto process on LD 554, even at that time, that instead of that, the tribes might be getting this particular offer around sports betting. That also puts me in a pickle, because I've said in the past that if we are going to do something around gambling that I don't really agree with, I would probably support it being attributed to the tribes. So what that means is I don't know that the committee can have a unanimous report in a letter, if you will, saying what our position is as a unanimous thing, but we can revisit that after the work session. I feel like we may come to a place after any of us participate in the work session where we can have a unanimous letter of some kind, because I'm a big fan of not obeying in advance. And since I'm not exactly sure how this work session tomorrow is gonna go, it's hard for me to say like what our committee position should be before having it, if that makes any sense. Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo, followed by Representative Supika and Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I concur with that 100%. My fear was that that judiciary will take a vote tomorrow because they are under the same deadlines that we are, and then we will lose our capacity as a committee to weigh in on that process. And I just wanted to make sure, and I'm okay with that if we can't build a consensus. I just want to be aware that if I am called on to say what does the committee think of this, the reality is we had 4 divided reports, but this is how we settled it out. And I'm comfortable saying that. I just wanted to give us all the opportunity to try and speak with one voice if we could. It's not required, like as you said, but if that's what the committee would like to have, I think that I don't know how much influence, if any at all, that's going to have on the Judiciary Committee. But time being of the essence with them meeting tomorrow, this is really kind of the only opportunity for us to weigh in, I think, should they run the bill tomorrow and vote on it. So.
Thank you, Representative. And it is possible that they don't vote on it because Janet can correct me if I'm wrong. This may be their first work session on this particular legislation, because I don't know if they got to it when it was scheduled last week, because it just 1626 went for a very long time. So Janet, can you tell me if they have had a single work session yet on LD 585 as amended?
They have not. There are a couple of items scheduled right at the beginning. I don't know how long they will take, but 1626, which is the larger sovereignty bill, and this bill are the only things scheduled from 9:30 on.
Okay, so that I just want to say that they might not vote on anything tomorrow, just because we don't know. Representative Sabika.
Thank you. It's a little weird for me to try to, I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's like there's my opinion and then this idea of a committee opinion, and where one starts and the other ends. So I'll just start with my opinion and recognizing that maybe we'll come to something later after they have a work session, which is that I am supportive of the tribes having sports betting because I think that they've been locked out of all kinds of gaming opportunities. When Hollywood Casino in Bangor opened up, high stakes bingo closed down, and that was an important revenue stream. I think that when the Wabanaki Nations do well, the city of Bangor will do well because our well-being is tied to their well-being. So I have a lot of thoughts on that, and I don't want to get on a soapbox and talk about them all unless if you all are interested, and then we can have a go. But but I'm also not on judiciary. I'm not at the table like right now talking about those things. So that's where I'm coming from with this right now. I would have a really hard time. So I would not sign on to a letter saying like, take this portion out, because I think that's, I'm supportive of that. So that's where I'm at.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just reading over the bill analysis that was sent to us on LD 585. And although strike and replace sounds great, that it would get our language in for what we did on LD 1352, there are other parts of this that I haven't spent as much time looking over, and I'd rather vote on the two things separately. So for me, I'd actually prefer to have the language about gaming out, because I believe when we dealt with LD 1352, we put in provisions that anyone, and that included the tribes, can apply for these licenses to have mobile sports wagering. So they'd have the same exact process as anyone else. And to me, that is equal representation.
Thank you, Representative Kinney. Representative Doloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, do you remember, I don't, but right now the tribes do have some gambling being done. Can you remind me what they do have for gambling right now? Because I think I remember back in the 129th, they had everything but, and this is the one but that they wanted. Am I remembering right?
I'm gonna let Janet answer your question. The, gaming for
Okay,
tribes and Maine
thank
right
you.
now is very limited, so I will make sure that I won't say anything wrong. Janet?
So the only statute I know of that allows the tribe to do something specific in gaming is the high stakes Beano statute. And as Representative Supika said, when the Hollywood Casino was opened, it started off as a slot machine facility. Sometime after there, I don't know all the details of the timeline, the Penobscot Nation's high stake bingo shut down. They said that it wasn't viable anymore. That's been the testimony before this committee in the past and the Judiciary Committee as well this time around. I believe that the Passamaquoddy tribe may still operate high stakes Beano, but only they do. And I don't know. I know that they've tried to have some expansions of that authority in the past. There's been multiple bills about potentially having a casino. There were referendums about potential tribal casinos that didn't pass. But that's the only area where there isn't a tribal right.
They don't have.
Game.
They
Sorry,
don't
what?
have slot machines now.
No,
they don't have slot machines now.
Not allowed. No.
No, so in
Okay.
essence.
Thank you.
So in essence, what they are allowed to have, they don't actually do, which is high stakes Beano. And that's it.
Okay, so, but okay, if I'm correct, Representative Kinney said they can do it if they want to go.
They are
through the
included.
process.
I'm sorry, you have a delay. I don't mean to cut you off. I can't tell if you're finished or if there's just a delay.
No, probably my internet's not that good. I've used a lot of data.
It's okay. The bill in front of the Judiciary Committee will allow them to do this way, and the bill on the table that we passed, 1352, will allow the tribes to be a part of the arrangements that are put into that provisions of the bill. So what we're really saying is that if 1352 passes, as this committee worked out, the tribes will have some opportunity to do sports betting, correct? Mobile, they have an opportunity to receive a mobile sports betting license, is that correct? But they will not have an opportunity in 1352 to do any in-person because they don't have an OTB, correct? And will they be able to get one through 1352, Janet?
So 1352
The majority report.
has the same 4 types of entities eligible for either in-person or mobile sports wagering. So it's commercial tracks, casinos. It says also slot machine facilities, but they're both casinos right now. Federally recognized Indian tribes and OTBs.
Okay.
But so both mobile and facility licenses are available for all those groups.
Okay, great.
As far as the facility licenses, however, for all of these, you can get a temporary license while you're getting all your background checks and everything filled out. What 1352 says is all the places that currently have a physical presence, like OTBs, commercial tracks, and casinos, and then any tribe that is currently operating high stakes Beano, which I believe is only the Passamaquoddy tribe right now, because they already have facilities, they're eligible for the temporary licenses, but the Holt Metamalacete Indians and the Penobscot Nation would not be authorized to get that temporary license for facility sports betting. The decision of this committee was because there wasn't a pre-approved already facility for gaming that those Wabanaki nations have. And so 585 says only OTBs for in-person,
Mm-hmm.
and it says only tribes for mobile.
Got it. Representative Dollop, did you have a follow-up?
Can I just have one simple? Yeah, just a simple question. If we took, say, both these bills away, if the tribes wanted gambling right now, they just have to go through the process that the other 2 casinos had to go through. Is that correct?
That is not correct. They have not.
They would have to do the application?
The legislature would have to authorize the tribes to be able to have gaming licenses. That's what LD 554 was last year, that this committee also worked really hard to provide. And when that bill was vetoed and the veto was sustained, it took that all off of the table. So the only way that the tribes can have gaming beyond high stakes Beano for the Passamaquoddy tribe is for the legislature to authorize them to have it and to prescribe how that would happen. So 1352 is a way to allow for them to have it and prescribe how. And the amendment to 585 is another way right now for the legislature to authorize it and prescribe how it can happen.
Or it could go to referendum for the voters to vote that they could do it, like the other 2 casinos?
No, the answer is no, because there's nothing in statute that authorizes even a referendum vote. So we have to give permission for the tribes to do anything around gaming at this point. And right now, the legislature has not given that permission. So if both of these bills go away, the status quo remains. The tribes cannot do any gaming outside of high stakes Beano by the Passamaquoddy tribe. That's all that's available for tribes right now. So if nothing passes, that will be the case, okay? Representative Wood, did you have something to say? Your hand was up and I was like, so it's 2:43 and I want to take a little break before we go to our Appropriations Committee budget hearing. I think that we are also missing 2 other committee members. I think Representative Harrington and Representative Corey are not here. And so we really couldn't write a letter establishing a committee position. What we can do if we choose to, and we can vote this out, whatever we say in a letter about this to the Judiciary Committee can almost be like a budget report back, which means it is what it is. If we have 8 people on the committee that would like them to carve out from their amendment 585, those 8 members can say so in the letter. Or we can say that 8 members of our committee want you to carve this out and 3 members of our committee don't. It's perfectly fine to send a letter to the Judiciary Committee that gives them the idea that most of the people on this committee would like for them to do it that way. But then there could be carve it out, leave it in, but make it 1352, or just we'll wait and see what you all do, but these are our opinions as a committee about the work that you're doing on sports betting. It doesn't have to be a unanimous letter. So, Mr. Chair, if you think that you either want to do it unanimously or you don't, that's also fine. But I'm just letting you know that if we want to communicate something, we can communicate it like a budget report back, where we say, here are the 3 things that the committee discussed. This many people want this many people want this, and this many people have no opinion at all, which is perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, and I guess I'm okay. And nothing is precluding or preventing us as individual representatives and legislators from weighing in and putting in testimony to judiciary. To Laura's point, I'm sorry, Representative Topeka's point. This is my opinion. This is what I think should happen. I just thought that it would, again, I want to. It's a difficult, controversial decision. It's very complicated, it's very intricate, and it's very emotional. And I certainly don't. If I want to give us as a group every opportunity to express what we'd like to in that process. That's all.
Well, I mean, I would also say that each of us can write testimony on our position and make sure that the Judiciary Committee has that in their possession as they work the bill. That might actually be the best approach, because then they have our individual opinions in writing if we choose to provide them for the work session. And the last thing I want to say before we pause for a break, unless someone else, has something else to say, is that as much angst as this committee is expressing about the process, the Judiciary Committee has the right to do this way. They do. And that is just the truth. And so we may not like it, but we certainly have made it clear that we don't like it. And they have certainly accepted our offer to officially participate in their public hearing tomorrow. And so, in their work session tomorrow morning. And so I think in that regard, they have heard us. We will be a part of the process if we choose to be, beginning tomorrow morning when they first work the bill. How we are incorporated is up to the chairs of the Judiciary Committee, but we have been invited to participate. And so we are now included in the process. And I want to also make that very clear to anyone listening, to know that they have a right to do this, but they have invited us into the process because we have strong feelings about not being in it as it has been introduced in the amendment to LD 585. So that's all I've got. If anybody wants to say a last word or two, I'll go with Janet and then I'll go with Representative Topeka. Thank you.
Well, I thought it was going to be the last word. It wasn't going to be about sports betting. It was just going to remind you that you need to get off this Zoom call and on to the one from AFA to end up in that public hearing. I wasn't going to weigh in on sports betting at all. Not going to touch it at all.
Thank you, Janet. I probably would have said that, but now it's been said, I don't have to. Representative Topeka.
I also wasn't going to comment on sports betting. I was just going to say I'd like to have a vote recorded that I missed.
Oh.
Yeah. Is now a good time?
Sure.
So, for LD 1750, I would have voted, or I am voting, ought to pass as amended.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen.
Thank you. So with that, we do have to leave this meeting. Our work in VLA committee itself is complete for the day. So when we leave this meeting, the Zoom will be done and we will enter into the work session or the public hearing that the AFA is having, and we might not be on right at 3. It just depends on where they're at in their day, because they have 2 other sets of public hearings before ours, which is scheduled at 3. It's entirely possible we won't get on until 4. I just don't know where they are. Representative Wood, I saw your hand and I see Janet's hand, and if they're waiting for us, that's great. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Janet, did you have anything to say? I thought I saw you.
Just wanted to say that if you look at the committee materials page, we have a supplemental budget materials, second regular session. You'll see all the testimony there.
Come in.
Packet of all the pages that they're going to be talking about. So if you ever need to find all these things, you can't find the emails, just look there.
For us to adjourn the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs until Friday at 9 o'clock. We are adjourned. I will see you all on another Zoom screen in front of AFA. And by the way, before we turn off our cameras, I want to thank our committee clerk, Karen Montel. This is actually her last committee meeting. She will officially resign, or her last day is Wednesday, but we have session on Wednesday, so we probably will see her in the building if we're here. But this is her last committee meeting, and I just want to make sure that we give her our love and support for the next venture of her life. But today is her last day clerking our committee. Karen, we love you. We thank you very much for all of your support over all of these years. And whatever you do next, may it be wonderful.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.